Okay. Good to go? All right, thank you. So again, welcome to our August 5th Landmark Preservation Commission meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order at 1:02. Are we doing the, okay, thank you. So first we'll have commission introductions, and there are 5 of us here in person, but I believe we have one joining us virtually as well. I'll start. My name is Erica Warzel. I'm an architectural historian and preservation consultant, and I was nominated by the community at large. Bree.
I'm Bree Salmon. I'm an interior designer and project manager, and I was nominated by Denver Planning Board.
I'm Nick Fusianis. I'm an architect and a developer, and I was nominated by the American Institute of Architects.
I'm Larry Sykes. I'm an architect and I was nominated by History Colorado.
I'm Elizabeth Caswell-Dyer. I own a property management company, and I was nominated by History Colorado.
Thank you. And is Rusty with us?
Yeah, and I'm Rusty Brown. I'm an architect and was nominated by the AIA.
Thank you.
And I'm Brittany Bryant. I'm Denver Landmark Preservation staff.
All right, great. So next we'll, are we doing audio tips after? Okay. So next we have added a component to our regular meeting agenda where we can entertain general comments from commissioner staff. Does anyone, staff or on the commission, like to make a general comment? Nope. Okay. We then have a meeting record for approval from our what was it, July 15th meeting. Our commissioners, do you have any corrections or questions that you'd like to raise at this point? Rusty, I'm assuming you don't. And we don't need to have an actual motion for approval. So given no corrections to make, those meeting records have been approved. Next, we will go.
You know, we can't hear you very well.
Okay, I will,
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so this next section, I just wanted to, this is more for those of us joining virtually. We have audio tips for you. For better sound quality, we strongly encourage you to download Zoom on your device, where you can click audio settings to bring up an additional menu, such as adding background noise suppression and testing your speaker and microphone to adjust their maximum output volumes. For presenters or public commenters joining us virtually, when it's your turn to speak, you'll need to unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon at the bottom of your screen, which you can also then click on again to mute yourself as needed. You can expand the menu next to the microphone to reveal additional options, such as, again, selecting your speaker and microphone devices and testing them to adjust their volume output. If you still have audio challenges, we ask that you switch to phone for audio. All right. So now, those of you who have joined us in the past may be familiar with having public comments on projects after we hear each of them individually. However, we've changed that. So now that we are hearing public comments, both about historic preservation in general and about items on our agenda for today at the same time. To keep us organized, I'm going to kind of ask for comments about certain projects first in person, and then any of you joining us virtually, and then we'll move on to the next project to hear public comment on that.
There are 2 items on the agenda that are similar. Do we get 2 minutes for each item?
You do, but it needs to be relevant to that particular item.
And then do we get 2 minutes for general comments?
Yes, again,
that don't relate to the, yes,
right.
all right, good.
Okay, thank you for your questions. All right, so this is for public comment on preservation, historic preservation in Denver in general. Again, not related to any items on our agenda for today. If you would like to make such a comment at this time here in person, please raise your hand. You'll have up to 2 minutes and you'll need to begin with your name. And we would ask that you come up front to this table.
Is this general?
This is general comments about preservation in general.
What are you?
There's a table right here. You're welcome to sit.
No, listen,
Could you please begin with your
My name
name?
is Susan Glassmacher, 1037 29th Street, right in Curtis Park. And this is about your speaking policy right now. On one spot, thank you, Crystal, for sending us about that, because we wouldn't have known about the change. Because the change, you have to dig and dig. But on the agenda, which I always read, it still has the old policy. So I wish you'd get it straight on that. And I don't like this new policy because by the time we're getting up here, by the time you get through 6 items, you're probably going to forget what we said in the beginning. So I think it's very unfair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anyone else like to make a comment in general at this time, here in person? All right, anyone joining us virtually, if you would like to make a comment about preservation? Oh. Okay. Anyone joining us? Is this on? No. Doesn't look like it's. Okay.
Is this on? Yes, it is. All right, this will save my voice too. But if you still can't hear me, please let me know. Those of you joining us virtually, if you would like to make a comment in general on preservation, please raise your hand with the raise hand button in Zoom at this time. Looks like we're looking at panelists, so maybe.
I'm looking at
Oh,
it.
okay.
I don't see any.
Okay, great. So thank you. We'll next move on to our consent agenda items. These are routine items that are generally presented to the commission for approval because they are found to have met design guidelines. If you would like to make a comment on any of those projects, please raise your hand here in person. All right. Would you like to make a comment on our consent agenda items? Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone virtually who would like to make a comment on consent agenda items? All right, it doesn't look like anyone virtually would like to make a comment on that. Next, we'll move on to our design review items, and I'm going to separate this by projects that I think are either you're here for in person or joining us virtually, most likely. So first we'll hear comments on project 2025-COA-482 for the Greek Theater alterations in Civic Center Park for phase 2 design details. Is there anyone here in person who would like to make a comment on this project? All right. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to make a comment on the Greek Theater Civic Center project? We do have one comment. Again, when you'll be invited to speak, and when you're ready, you can unmute yourself and begin with your name, please.
Yeah, hi there. My name is Ozzie Friedrich, 528 West First Avenue in Denver. I wanted to speak on the revisions that the Landmark Commission basically required for the Greek Theater at the last meeting. Generally, I mean, I'm an advocate for landmarks and preservation in my neighborhood, and whenever it's inconvenient for people, whenever, you know, they're feeling grumpy about the challenges that landmarks presents, I often come down to just making the case that projects usually get better through the course of landmark review. And I think I need to speak now because I think what happened at the last review meeting regarding the Greek Theater and specifically the We Will Ride Memorial actually took a very brilliant artistic design and a piece of art that was compliant with the design guidelines and has made it a little bit less powerful and a little bit less artistically, has reduced its artistic integrity. The original proposal had a design of asphalt and white pavement striping that I think was absolutely appropriate to the purpose of the artwork. You know, I think this project team needs to get the project approved, and they have come back with something that has, you know, fancier, nicer looking materials, but I think some of the impact of that art is lost in the revision. Obviously, the project needs to be approved today. If there could be any consideration of a conditional approval that reinstated the original design with the very powerful element of the asphalt and the white pavement striping, I think that would be a wonderful outcome of today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ozzy. Appreciate that. All right, we are now moving on to project number 2025-LMDEMO-208, 3181 Champa Street in the Curtis Park G District for the bathhouse and pool demolition. So again, this is just for the demolition portion. We will then be taking comments on the replacement project after this. So is there anyone here who would like to make a comment about the demolition of the extant bathhouse in the Curtis Park? Curtis Park. All right, I have 3 hands raised. I think I know all of you by name. All right, maybe 4. Sue, would you like to come up? And again, you have 2 minutes. You don't need to give your name again since you gave it before.
Would it be easier if we just spoke in place and pass the microphone around?
No, we need to have you here at the table, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, so this is about the demolition of a 50-yard pool. And it's going to be reduced to 25 yards. Meanwhile, Congress Park, 3 miles away, where affluent people live, and white affluent people live, they got a 50-yard pool. And it's a full, beautiful pool with all these fun things. And the opening is onto the park. We're getting a half of that, a half of what the old pool was. I call that discrimination. And I'd like to see the Chicano spirit get up and get crazy about it. And the Parks Department wants you to look over here about the Chicano Park. They don't want you to see what's going on here, which is all this discrimination. The park opens onto streets that are not safe. We're trying to get that safe for the kids. And it's the black and brown kids that are the best amount of users at this pool. So I think they are just giving the shaft once again to the black and brown people.
Ashley, is it?
And if you're here for public comment, there is a microphone at the table if you would like to amplify your voice.
Hi, yes, I'm here mostly to talk about the second half, but Today, there's two demolition issues that I have a question about. Number one is when they're doing all this demolition, they're also proposing a curb cut on Champa Street, which is one of the busiest and most dangerous streets in that neighborhood, one way south, people speeding through that intersection all the time. The last thing the community needs and the children need walking around on that sidewalk is a curb cut going in to the east side of that pool for delivery purposes. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to demolition, it's not an argument about what is a better mural. People love the old mural, and people would like to see sections of that mural cut out and placed in different art installations throughout the park. That way it can be saved, it can be maintained, and there can still be additional money for something else. So there has been a qualified contractor speak to that. Park and Rec poo-poos it with all of their builders and contractors and architects. Oh, we can't do that, it's too hard. They just don't want to do it. So that is something that I wish that you would consider when it comes to the demolition. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak about the demolition? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask the last speaker to give their name.
Oh, Ashley Albright.
Thank you.
183
Yeah.
Second Street.
Thank you. If you would begin with your name, please.
Absolutely. Is this on? Okay,
Yes.
sorry. Hi, my name is Todd McGuire and I'm at 3162 Champa. So that puts me on the southeast side of Mestizo Curtis Park. I want to talk about the, regarding the demolition is to echo Ashley, is the artwork. So we were explained that they were going to try and refurbish it, take photographs of it, and then demolish it, which we find to be really insulting. I think that the art in the oldest park in the city of Denver, city and county of Denver, should have a little bit more respect. It should have money invested into it. So any kind of existing artwork that shows the culture of that neighborhood, which it has extensive culture from all those years of redevelopment, energizing the neighborhood. I think that if we're going to demolish a building, we should be trying to preserve that artwork. And as Ashley said, I think we could easily put it in other parts of the pool, I mean, other parts of the park. We could put it onto the new building itself if we need to make it incorporated. But this excuse that the building would just crumble if they tried to preserve it, I think is just not wanting to spend money on our own culture and heritage. So that's all I have to say on that topic.
Keith, would you like to join us?
Keith Pryor, I'm at 24th and Champa. This was one of 4 original pools built in the city. This is the oldest park in the city. It's the first park in the city. And this is the last of the original 4 pools. This was the first pool to actually have integration, allowing Black and brown people to swim in that pool. And we're demolishing it. And we're giving them half, as Sue said, of a pool back. And so not only are we losing the history of one of the first 4 pools in the city is gone. There are no more left if we demolish this pool and do not replicate and replace what was there. There are no opportunities, as far as I'm aware, and I'd love staff to answer this question, to actually landmark a pool. We have buildings, but do we actually have things that deal? We have cultural districts, which is separate from what we have as the landmark district. And what we're dealing with is a landmark district here, and it is within the landmark district, but that pool, maybe it qualifies as an actual structure. I would love to have that known because the history is so rich, and the history of the integration, allowing Black and brown people to be the first to actually participate in civic engagement and actually use a pool in this city is huge. And to lose that is sad. Thank you.
Last call for comments on this demolition. Yes. In person. And then we will switch to those joining us virtually.
Hi, my name is John Hayden. I live at 2418 Champa Street. I'm a native of Denver and have lived in Curtis Park for 30 years. I'm also an avid swimmer. And Keith spoke about what's being lost for in terms of the history of the pool that we have in Curtis Park. And I'd like to speak to what's being lost if we demolish that and don't replace it with a similar sized pool to the children growing up in this community. As a swimmer, I know that if I want to compete, I need to have the ability to swim in a long distance pool, the pool that we have in Mestizo Curtis Park. And by demolishing this pool, what we're doing is taking that opportunity for being a competitive swimmer away from the children that live in the Five Points community. If you go to wealthier parts of the city, if you go to the suburbs, they're building 50-meter pools for their kids. And for us to take this pool away from the children of this community, I think it's doing a real disservice to them for their future health. And we should fight more for that. We should say, no, this pool, these children, these families deserve to have a 50-meter pool the same way that the families in the suburbs do. Thanks.
All right, I think we're ready to move on to those of us joining virtually who would like to make a comment on the demolition of the bathhouse at 3181 Champa Street. Again, please raise your hand through the raise hand function. I think we have one.
Elaine, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, I'm Eileen Feltman. I live at 3300 block of Lawrence Street. I've been in the neighborhood since 1979. As a single parent who raised my children in the neighborhood, having a 50-meter pool was critical. I was not in a position as lower income and also brown and black families, single family households, one-car households. I could not bring my kids over to the suburbs somewhere. I think that it is opportunity, and I would urge for us to maintain a 50-yard pool for all the full programming of swimming, swim team, and diving. The second point I would want to make is I'm concerned about safety in the building, about the building being pushed against the corner of 32nd and Champa. I believe it's extremely unsafe. I think it's much safer for children to be able to enter from the park side. As far as the actual demolition of the building, I understand it's important to bring that to standards, but in doing so, I think it's imperative, and I think it's important to save the mural by cutting out the block, framing it, and maintaining it this way. There is no one in this neighborhood who is attempting to erase the Chicano history and culture. If anything, we have tried to save that in the form of the mural and also in programming size and programming wall. If blocks can be cut out for a Bansky or on the Berlin Wall, we can do it for the
Anyone else joining us virtually who would like to make a comment on the demolition portion? All right. Now we will be taking comments on project number 2025-COA-485 at 978 32nd Street in Curtis Park G for the new pool house and pools phase 1 mass form in context. Again, we'll be going here of you joining us in person. We'll ask each of you to come up, and if you'd like to form a line, maybe that would move us through faster, but we'll ask you to come to the table here. If you need to speak in the microphone, please begin with your name, and you'll each have up to 2 minutes.
Everyone can speak, so get up there and show your voices.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so if you're Great. And just to also, emphasize that the commission did receive all of the received written public comment letters and emails. So just to let you know that we have read those as part of this project application. All right, so it looks like there's, we'll start with Keith here in person. No, if you would like to stay there, that's fine. I'll come back to you. Yes. All right, Keith. Since you already spoke, Keith, you don't need to give your name again, but you have up to 2 minutes.
Okay, Keith Pryor, 24th and Champa. So this building is not neutral. As staff's report said, it is a neutral building, and that is incorrect. This is a distinct style. It's a mid-century modern style. The roof form is not a form, and this is mass scale and form that is found in Curtis Park's district. We have pitched, we have hip, and we have gabled. Slanted, low slanted roof is inappropriate for this district and does not conform to design detail. The massing of this building is just one large mass. It does not undulate, it does not push-pull. We have lots of townhomes in the neighborhood that do give a nice push-pull. We have bays, we have windows that break up that articulation. This mass of this building is inappropriate. Also, how it comes out to a point does not work with the district. It is, again, a mid-century modern that has southwestern pieces. The beams that come out to frame the overhang is inappropriate. Also, the porch element. We have porches in Curtis Park. We do not have angular porch elements. Our porch elements are rectangular. So we love modern. You guys have seen a lot of great modern that has come through this committee that we've supported, and we're all about modern. And so this is not modern. This is mid-century modern. Mid-century, not full-on modern. The other piece is the scale. This building is too low. It does not match that of what is typical to the first story of Curtis Park. And so I ask that you raise the height, hide the roof that is inappropriate, change the actual front porch to something that is basically an I-beam that is rectangular. These are all elements that are very simply modified, and we asked the applicant to incorporate those, and they did not do that. So very simple changes. We're still on time. We're still on budget. We're able to make this work, but they were not able to work with us. So I do ask the staff to deny this because the mass, scale, and form does not conform. It's not a civic building. There are no civic buildings that actually pertain to this. All are under the same guidelines. And this is not a cultural district. It is a landmark district, and we have a period of significance. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a warning, I will be keeping us strictly to 2 minutes. So we're ready. I think we'll kind of alternate back and forth if you'd like to join us here.
Good afternoon. My name is Nita Gonzalez. I was born and raised in East Denver, East Side. I was also part of the Crusade for Justice and the Chicano movement that took over Mestizo Curtis Park to ensure that Black and brown children would be part of it. And I am in strong support of the redesign, but let me tell you why. Part of organizing, part of community is listening to community voices, sometimes that aren't even heard in these places. And we want to support that. A survey was done, and talking to our community, they do support it. I don't particularly like some of the design, but I'm not an architect. I'm an organizer and activist. I listen to the voices of community, and many of our families and relatives are still there. I transplanted, unfortunately, to the north side because I couldn't afford our neighborhood anymore. So that's the other issue. This park exists as it does today because of the Chicano movement, because our parents, grandparents, and neighbors stood up decades ago to demand that this park and pool reflect the Chicano, Mexicano, and people of color who built the community. The murals are not decoration, they are history. They tell the story of struggle, resilience, and cultural pride. As we move forward with this project, we must honor that legacy. The redesigned bathhouse isn't just about bricks and plumbing. It is about continuing to fight for dignity, accessibility, and representation in public spaces. This community has spoken loudly in support of this project. Let's not just rebuild the bathhouse. Let's preserve this story, this history, uplift our cultures, and ensure Mestizo Curtis Park, people still just say Curtis Park, no, Mestizo Curtis Park remains a symbol of our past, our present, and our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, you're fine, you're fine, thank you. Sorry.
We're just worried about you.
Hi, John Hayden, 2418 Champa Street. I have given you pictures of beautiful masonry buildings in the Five Points community that have been designed and have incredibly beautiful murals on them. And I believe that Parks and Rec has created a false choice here, and that they are trying to pit communities against each other so that they can get to build the pool house that they wanted to without actually listening to the community. This community is, this park, Mestizo Curtis Park, is Denver's first park. It's the most historic park in the city, and it deserves not a neutral pool house. This will be the largest building built in the oldest park in the city. This community deserves not a neutral building. It deserves a building that celebrates the history and community that is Five Points, the diversity of Five Points. And what is before you doesn't do that. You have landmark design guidelines, and this building should adhere to those guidelines and celebrate the cultures of this community. And those two things are not exclusive. It can do both. And I hope that you as the Landmark Commission will tell Parks and Rec to go back and to design a building that does both of those things, not a neutral building that dishonors the history of our community. Thank you.
Commissioners, staff, Ashley Albright, 818 32nd Street. I'm 2 doors east of the pool. The law. Staff's claim that there is little specific guidance for civic structures and no direction for a rec facility is either a knowing misrepresentation of the regulations or an ignorance thereof, because the regulations specifically say in Part 4, guidelines for new buildings and non-contributing buildings, introduction, new infills of civic buildings are treated like any other new infill. Staff is presumed to know the regulations they were hired to enforce. Park and Rec clearly knew them, but apparently decided to thumb their nose at them. This is the original Curtis Park. I've attached these to your packet. The owner and builder of my house was by the name of John Spitzmiller, and he sold brick and built houses. Built the house next door to me, built my house, and the two contracts there demonstrate the money he was paid to build and supply brick for 6 two-story brick houses, probably the old condo row house building across the street from me, and the second for another 2 houses, one at 32nd and Champa, and those are dated 1881. It's clear that Mr. Kitzmiller was instrumental in the building of North Original Curtis Park. These are tangible items for the history of Curtis Park, not a mid-century modern pool house. Mestizo's Curtis Park is and is not. It is not a designated cultural or arts district. There are some. This is not. It is a designated historical district. Of the letters of support, only one I saw was from Curtis Park, and 0 had any reference to our historic ordinance or regulations, let alone the specific regulations pertinent to Mestizo Curtis Park. Everything can be attained here. The beloved Eyes mural can be saved. Park and Rec just doesn't want to do it. For these reasons, please deny Park and Rec's application for their non-compliant pool house.
Thank you.
Is this on? Okay, good. Do I push a button?
Do you see a green light?
Yeah.
And then it's on. Okay.
My name is Julie Rootsum. I live at 2800.
Just speak more directly into it.
My name is Julie Rootsum. I live at 2800 Curtis Street and have lived there for 30 years. I love Curtis Park. And I think this commission especially knows how devoted we are to Curtis Park and its history and its preservation. In fact, we make the city look really good because we work so hard. So we're asking you to work really hard and defend our ideas of making this park the great park it is, of continuing its history, of making a pool that's appropriate and grand for this park, and a pool house that's appropriate to Curtis Park architecture. So I implore you to do so. I really appreciate Nita Gonzalez being here, speaking about the history, and I'll look forward to your positive recommendation. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, Rudy Gonzalez. It's my sister Nita. I was a lifeguard at Mestizo Park, lifeguard at La Raza Park. You know, when we talk about the history, about one of the first parks to integrate black-brown kids, well, my father grew up there and he swam in the 30s and 40s there. But let me clarify that history. There was one day for African Americans, rather known as the N-word, and there was another day for Mexican Chicanos, otherwise known as the S-word. They drained the pool, washed the pool, and the next 5 days were rainbow days. And so that is part of it. Also, Mestizo Curtis Park, when it was Curtis Park, my uncles, my dad, they went through that park a few times, and cops would put on their leather gloves and beat the hell. It was a sporting event to beat the hell out of Black and Chicano kids coming after school. So obviously they avoided that park at that point. And when that park was what we call liberated from with the Crusade for Justice, and Corky Gonzalez as the leader, allowing and helping those families from East Denver, North Denver, West Denver, La Alma was the first park, then Mestizo, then La Raza, liberated by its communities and those families that were membership of the Crusade and young members that took up those jobs and went in that community, as we do as communities. You see all these community people to serve our community with love and caring. We had swim teams, diving teams of brown and black kids. And I agree, we need a 50-meter pool because I'm tired of the nanny pools. We had the 1981 police provoked riot against us in La Raza Park at the 11th grand opening. And what we got was a little bathtub at Aslan Rec Center. So again, I support all this and preserving our history. Please don't reinforce what this federal government is. Do not disrespect us. Do not disappear us.
Thank you.
Hi, my name again is Todd McGuire. I live at 3162 Champa, like I said, southwest corner of Mestizo Curtis Park Pool and Park. We're right on the corner. So I wanted to talk about the safety. There was a reference in here to guidance 4.25, which is like the access or entrance to the pool house or to the structure, right, if it was a landmark. And while the building itself is a landmark, the pool has always been within the park itself. So I had the opportunity for the last 14 years of looking at the accidents that happen on that intersection. And I'm greatly concerned about you pushing the children up onto 32nd Street as the access or entrance into the pool. So last summer, while the pool was closed because it was no longer functioning, which by the way, in the 14 years, it has happened 3-4 times, that pool has been empty the whole period. Well, including COVID, but there was a car accident that ended up with a car on the sidewalk against the fence of the pool. The year before, when the pool was actually open, there was a car accident in which a car ran 32nd light or stop sign and hit a car that flipped end over end and took out a bunch of cars along the poolside parking. When we first moved into the neighborhood, a police chase caused a car to either went down the neighborhood, took out one of my neighbors who's lived there forever, took out her fence line, and they swerved to hit a light pole. Their option was either the pool or my house. They took my house instead. So I have seen accident after accident. We see it on the bikes, everything else. I think that the safety of the children is not being taken into consideration. Even though it's not historical, it is historic that this pool has always faced the park. The art has always faced the park. It has been an engagement to the playground, to the people around. And the second thing is curb cuts. There are no curb cuts on 32nd Street, on Champa, sorry. There are no curb cuts, but there are curb cuts on 32nd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
we need this. Yes, yes. All right, I don't know what's happening, but I want to tell you about the surveys that they're so proud of. The surveys were answered by white women between the ages of 25 and 40. Do you think they're looking out for your kids, the brown and black kids? That is who answered the survey. I don't know where you have been. Why, I wish you had been there for the surveys, because the minority participation was so tiny you could barely see it. So I don't know what you've been told, but I think you might have been told half truths or lies. We're fighting for this, and we want you to help. After this meeting, they're going to approve it because they've all gotten the message to approve it. After this meeting, it's got the clear go-ahead to go and build this pool, this discriminating pool that's half the size of what was there and half the size of what white affluent people get. What do you think about that? I want to hear your voices. I want to see your spirit. And again, this is the last chance. If it gets passed here, they got clear sailing. They're going to put up this design. Now, I want to speak to this design. It's mid-century modern. And I recall the Chicano movement really started with a bang in 1969. That was after the period that this house, this style was used. And I don't remember any Chicanos living in anything like that house. Now, I know what they were. On the west side, I know how that was bungalow, arts and crafts side. On our side, it
Thank
was
you.
Victorian.
Thanks,
So
Sue. I need to
think
ask you to stop.
We do not want a Victorian building.
Thank you.
We want a new building. And I wish you would get up here and start showing your voices.
Sue, thank you
Please.
very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and community. My name is Selena Benavides, and I'm the former state representative for the district in the mid-90s, including Curtis Park. So I wanted just to briefly, quickly, and there may be some commissioners that remember Denver. And I will tell you, it was not 100 years ago or 50 years ago. It was the 70s. And Denver was a segregated city. The schools were segregated, the parks were segregated, the institutions of the city and county of Denver, institutions inside were segregated, including against women. Women didn't come to work for the city and county of Denver. Men came to work for the city and county of Denver. We couldn't go 3 miles or up just down the street to the pool across from Botanic Gardens. We weren't allowed to cross the streets. They would have stopped us and told us, turn around and go back. Go back. You're not welcome over here. Nor were we welcomed by GW, nor were we welcomed by Washington Park. You weren't going to make it that far. You weren't going to make it that to Colfax. It was real. And so Curtis Park for children and for all of us as children represented freedom, real freedom, freedom to sit together, freedom to be together, freedom to have a picnic. It's very real. What is being proposed here is more than just a park. Please understand this. I was the only Latina elected in the whole state of Colorado. There was a Latino from Pueblo in the 90s and one from Adams County. We were in the legislature.
Thank you
So
very
our
much.
fight was long and hard. Please extend the park for as heavily and as developed at any other place in Denver. Give us the same freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, this is the last call for anyone here in person who would like to make a comment on the new pool house that is not part of the applicant team.
Good afternoon. My name is Milo Marquez, and I'm a 5th generation East Sider. I'm a 3rd generation lifeguard at Mestizo Curtis Park. My grandparents were the generation that swam in that pool 1 day a week. First, the survey with 134 respondents is not authentic community engagement.
That's right.
What the city is doing is just another form of gentrification. Please stop erasing and eliminating our history, our culture, and our social contributions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Scott Bolchakowski, 3030 Curtis. Thank you all for your time and the opportunity to present. I'm representing the Curtis Park Neighborhood R&O Board of Directors. The Curtis Park R&O Board of Directors recommends denial of the application as currently presented. We are recognized by City Council as a landmark district, and as such, there are architectural and design guidelines that must be followed regardless of personal residence or civic building for public use. It is important to note we are not a cultural district. There are many cultures and communities that have called and continue to call Curtis Park home and contribute significantly to the neighborhood. We celebrate all of them. But as it relates to architecture, there's a clearly defined period of significance for new construction. HDR and DPR claim in their project narrative that there is not a single prevailing style in Curtis Park, and that there is no guidance for public or institutional use. While we acknowledge that so there are some buildings in our neighborhood that were built prior to the period of significance and before landmark status, this is demonstrably false and insulting. DPR and HDR state that the original pool was built outside of the period of significance and therefore not a contributing structure. Fortunately, the commission you all represent has published strict guidelines titled Design Guidelines for Landmark Statics Structures and Den Districts and approved by the chair of the Landmark Preservation Commission in November of 2022, which could not be more clear in this matter. Chapter 4, titled Guidelines for New Buildings and Non-Contributing Buildings, beginning on page 77, includes guidance for new construction and specifically reference civic and public buildings. Therefore, by the requirements published by this commission, the pool house is not exempt from hearing from Curtis Park Historic District's character defining features beginning in your appendix CUR1. I'm going to pause, and this project still has the opportunity to adhere to the clearly defined landmark guidelines and offer cultural recognition to the Chicano community with the selected art from Emmanuel Martinez, the original artist, which we all look forward to. You just elected us to conversation. The Curtis Park R&O Board remains committed to working with all relevant parties to ensure the historic fabric of our neighborhood is maintained. Thank you all. Thank you for everyone.
All right, this is truly the last call for any comments here in person on this project of on our agenda today. Yes. Please begin with your name.
James Gillespie. One thing we did not offer the city is action step. So I think the action step is vote no and move it back to a public comment period. Just take a step back. I didn't hear anyone opposed in the room. And so I think it's incredibly important that we are not selective listeners. And as such, I don't think anybody is supporting it in the room. No, okay. So I think it should be moved back to a public comment period. I know you're busy, you want to move projects forward, but please do see and hear the people in the room and give those that are not in the room an opportunity to weigh in. Please, as an action step, vote no, move it back to public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Vanessa Molander. I am here in 1000% support of Sue, the community, Ashley, Mr. McGuire, some other community members, and the entirety. Preservation of our culture is crucial, especially now and moving forward. I believe that our children should have equal access to the same resources and amenities that the other children in this city are afforded. Yeah, I believe in preservation of the mural that is, has been a staple of the community for a very long time. And I encourage the Parks and Rec to deny. Thank you.
All right. I think we're ready to move on to anyone joining us virtually who would like to make a comment. Please raise your hand.
Hello, this is Eileen Feltman. Firstly, I want to start out to say that I'm requesting that the Landmark Commission deny this design in its entirety at this time. The task of the commission is to follow the guidelines for our landmark district, and our landmark district is based on architectural significance. We have modern interpretations of buildings that are appropriate for the era and can be marvelous buildings. I mean, look at Blair Caldwell Library, and I believe other people have submitted other photographs of other infills that are quite appropriate. I really also agree with John that there was a false choice that was presented, that this mid-century modern building somehow represents the Chicano movement. I believe that whether it was intentional or not, this is conflating two different things. And it's the wrong direction to take. We are not a mid-century modern community, never have been. I can go up and down my neighborhood with every person with a Hispanic surname, and not one of them lives in a mid-century modern building or had a business in a mid-century modern building. Aside from that, I think the placement of the building at the corner of 32nd and Champa is extremely dangerous. I do believe that the positioning or the building still should be situated on the park. An appropriate building with appropriate details and articulations can be done in a way that honors and respects our community and also gives opportunity for the Chicano history to be anything less is making this community, offering them less what other communities are getting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Others joining us virtually, this is your last chance to raise your hand through the Zoom function to let us know you'd like to comment on this project. Okay, it looks like we have heard from everyone who would like to speak on that project. We have five other items on our agenda. I don't think most or anyone here is here to make a public comment, but if you are here or would like to make a public comment on any of these projects, this is your chance to do so in person. We'll then open it up for virtually. So is there anyone here who would like to make a comment on any of our other agenda items today? All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to make a comment on the remainder of our agenda items? All right, it doesn't look like it. So with that, I will close the public comment period. I want to thank all of you for making your voices heard. And again, for those of you who also wrote into us as well. All right, we are now moving on to our consent agenda portion of today. Again, these are routine design items that are recommended for commission approval without discussion. Applicants with items passed on the consent agenda should coordinate separately with their assigned landmark preservation staff to receive a certificate of appropriateness. So I will announce our 7 consent agenda items by their project number and address. We'll ask the commissioners if they would like to remove any of them from the consent agenda for a further consideration under design review. They can announce any ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest.
We are continuing on with our meeting, so we ask you to refrain from speaking until you're out of the room. Thank you. All right, then we'll have a commission motion and vote. And again, if your project's approved on this consent agenda, you may leave the meeting if you're here with us, either virtually or in person. You're of course welcome to stay to listen to the rest of it if you'd like. So our 7 projects on the consent agenda are project number 2023-COA-529 at 1010 to 1012 31st Street in Curtis Park G. 2025-COA-509 at 2535 Champa Street in Curtis Park B. 2025-COA-317 at 2600 North Milwaukee Street in, also known as the Henderson House. 2025-COA-542 at 2259 North Gilpin Street, the Walters Byerly House. 2025-TAXC-021 at 621 North Colorado Boulevard in the East 7th Avenue Historic District. 2025-TAXC-024 at 3030 North Newton Street in the Wolf Place Historic District. And 2025-TAXC-022 at 2434 North Grove Street in the Whitter-Cofield District. Commissioners, do you have any ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest that you need to announce? All right, are there any items on this consent agenda that you would like to have removed for discussion under design review? No, all right. I then think we can entertain a motion. Would someone like to make a motion?
So moved to approve the consent agenda.
As presented?
Yes, presented.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Larry. All those in favor? Aye. Rusty, your vote?
He raised his hand.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, then it passes unanimously, 6 in favor. So thank you. And again, if you're here for consent agenda, you're welcome to leave the meeting if you'd like to. All right, we are now moving on to our design review agenda. And our first, I will announce each project by their address, ask the commission members for any ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest. We will then hear from staff about the application and their recommendation to us, after which commissioners may question staff. We'll then hear from the applicant team for up to 10 minutes about the project, after which commissioners may question the applicant. Then staff will provide any clarifications if needed before the commission moves into deliberation for then a motion and vote. So our first design review item is project number 2025-COA-482 at 101 West 14th Avenue Parkway in Civic Center. I'm assuming there's no ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest. All right. So staff.
Okay, I am Brittany Bryant. I am, again, Denver Landmark Preservation staff, and our first project is for the alterations to the Greek Theater and some site modifications to Civic Center Park. Civic Center Park is a Denver landmark, is also a National Historic Landmark, which is the highest level of designation. But the local period of significance is 1909 to 1979. The commission is reviewing the phase 2 design details for these alterations. The commission did continue this item at the July 15th meeting over concerns over the South Plaza and the elevator house. But generally the commission was in support of a majority of the project. However, the full project is before the commission today. So I'm going to do the quickest summary of the project. So the project is proposing new site work within the park to improve circulation and ADA access. Most of the paving within the park is concrete, and the applicant will be doing a similar concrete color to match but differentiate the new paving materials. So the lighter blue shade you see on the screen is the sandstorm color, and then the slightly darker blue color is that newly proposed Capitol Hill color, which will identify the new circulation paths within the park. There will be improvements to the north gardens as well, which is primarily landscaping, and then also the south garden area, which is intended to be a mirror to the McNichols building. However, that building never got built. In addition to the improvements to the paving, the applicant will be making lighting improvements to the park. So here on the screen, you can see an image of the park at night. Generally speaking, the fixtures that are historic will remain. However, a few will be relocated around the south garden and around the new elliptical pathway, just to provide additional illumination for those areas. And then new bollard lighting will also be introduced around the walkways that are existing and the newly proposed pathways. And this is all down lighting just to provide additional pathway illumination within the park. These elements are in compliance with the Civic Center design guidelines, which encourage high quality materials and lighting to support the general park programming. And again, the commission did not have concerns over that project scope in the last meeting. So in terms of alterations to the Greek Theater in and of itself, the applicant again is requesting phase 2 design detail approval. And part of that project scope will be removing the stairs that are on the south side of the Greek Theater. These stairs are granite and they will be relayed as part of the programming to make this area ADA accessible. So here you can see on the screen how those granite stairs will be salvaged. And then the area will be patched. It will be patched with a very closely matching granite, but they no longer, the granite that is within the park now is no longer available. Additionally, a Kebony deck will be added to the area where the Alan True murals are. And again, this is to make this area ADA accessible and level it out all the way through the South Plaza, all the way through the park and to the north. As part of this project scope, a new canopy and stage will be located on the north side of the Greek Theater, and the existing bowl will be covered with new bowl seating that will face the north. And so we will move in and talk about that bowl seating. So that new bowl seating is primarily concrete with Kebony wood benches that do have various steel railing attachments to them, depending on where exactly the bench is located within the bowl. And there is going to be a custom 4% ceramic concrete mix that the bowl is made up of. And here you can again see on the screen the colors that are proposed and how they're very similar to each other, in keeping with that concrete that defines the paving within Civic Center Park. There will also be a concrete wall that is fluted that is located around the bowl, and then a steel railing at the back of the bowl, again to help delineate the ADA pathways and provide access to this space. Within the bowl seating, there will be railings that are Kebony wood, and they do have integrated lighting on the bottom of those railings, and there is also integrated lighting on the seating as well. Again, this was not a scope that the commission had major concerns with during the last meeting. In terms of the proposed canopy structure, the proposed canopy structure is going to be a steel structure, and it will be finished in a deep champagne color. And then it will have this kind of mesh roof that you see on the screen on top of it. This design has been chosen to shed snow and move snow off of the roof structure itself. And then the column supports are somewhat fluted to prevent climbing on the screen. The farther you are away from the mesh structure, the more transparent it becomes, as you can see on the image and the screen. And as stated in the last meeting, the closest kind of comparison I can think of to the form of the canopy is the roof out at DIA, which comes up in those pyramid conical shapes. The supports do go below grade, and there is integrated draining, which you can also see here on the screen as well. Again, this is not a project scope that the commission had major concerns with when reviewed in the last meeting. So here is just an image of what those proposed alterations to the Greek theater space will look like with that new canopy structure that is proposed. And then this project also does include improved lighting for the stage structure itself and for the Greek theater. So new lighting will be integrated into the project to illuminate the architectural elements of the Greek theater, and also integrated into areas to illuminate elements of the Greek theater like the Alan True memorials, the arcade itself. This is all in compliance with the design guidelines that encourages integrated lighting that highlights the architectural features. And then most of the lighting proposed for the architectural features will be a soft white to yellow lighting. For the canopy stage structure itself, this will have the ability to do a range of colors of lighting in compliance with using this as a theater space and continuing that theater use. And there will be some additional stage lighting attached to the roof of the Greek theater that you can see on these sections here in this image. The commission did ask one question about the lighting, and that was just to ensure that the image you see on the screen for the Greek theater in black and white, that that is integrated lighting and not kind of this line illumination that you see in this specific rendering. And the applicant did clarify that at the time that it was integrated into the architectural features. So moving on to alterations to the space to allow it to be continually operated as a theater space and kind of take to be able to access the underground below grade interior spaces of the Greek theater. So on the west side of the Greek theater, the existing stair that allows access into this space will be demolished and replaced with a new stair that does have a metal railing around it. The commission did not have major concerns over that project scope, but what the commission was concerned about was the elevator house that is located on the east side of the Greek theater. So here you can see the floor plan and the integration of that proposed elevator house and how it will interact with the Greek theater. So to remind the commission, the phase 1 for the elevator house is approved. So the height, which is 16 feet, and the general building footprint, which is 38 feet 5 inches by 19 feet, has been approved. So we are just looking simply at the design details of the proposed elevator house today. So to just provide some additional context of where this structure is, here we have an overall site plan of the park and then a closer up image of the proposed elevator house. So the elevator house is placed just to the east of the colonnade of benefactors, but also slightly back from the colonnade of benefactors to ensure that it ties in with the below grade structure that is under the arcade of the Greek theater. And here are just some images of where that elevator house will be proposed. So the top image on the left side of your screen is taken from within the Civic Center Park. The image below that is also within the park, kind of walking towards the west. And then the image on the right side of your screen is from 14th Street. So you can see roughly where the elevator house will be placed in this open lawn area in its relationship to the colonnade and the Greek theater. And you will still be able to walk between that proposed elevator structure and the colonnade. So you will still be able to experience the colonnade of benefactors and the Greek theater on this side as well. So in terms of the proposed elevator house, it is a concrete structure that will have a metal screen. And this metal screen is made up of two elements. It is a perforated metal screen that has circular openings. And then on top of that circular metal screen is these flat arched details. And the original proposal that the commission looked at, they were looking at doing a green color that matched the lighting scheme and other elements found within the park. But after conversations with the commission, they have revised the color to deep champagne, which is what you see on the screen now. That is the same color as the canopy structure that is proposed in the Greek Theater. So in addition to the changes to the color, the applicant has also provided clarity on how the two-layer construction of the elevator house structure works. So again, it is a concrete wall, and then about 2 inches off of that concrete wall is that metal panel screen with those fins that kind of form a arch detail that you're seeing. And within that interstitial space, there will be a lighting element. So here you can see that interstitial space between the concrete wall and the metal screen that will have down lighting to illuminate that elevator house space. This will be a soft white or yellow lighting. Staff do find that this structure is compatible with the context of Civic Center Park, as the guidelines do talk about using materials that are appropriate to the monumental City Beautiful movement, but it also states that steel is an appropriate material to use in the park. So we do feel that this is appropriate. It is a minimal structure, and the design has been done so as not really to draw attention to itself, but to allow this space to be continually operated as a theater and allow accessibility into that below grade areas that really support the shows that are within, that will be held within Civic Center Park, which is a big overarching guideline for this space, is to allow the continual use of the theater space. So it is an integral component to allow for the continuation and use of this space. So here we just have some images because the commission did have some concerns over the renderings provided in the last meeting not being photorealistic, and the commission just wanted a better understanding of the elevator house. So the applicant has provided those images. Here you're looking at the Greek Theater from the south while you're kind of across the street at the Denver Art Museum. This view on the west is almost that same view I showed in those previous images as you're walking in the park heading west towards the Greek Theater. And then here you have again views from 14th, and then also a very similar view from within the park that shows the elevator house relationship to the colonnade of benefactors and the Greek Theater. All of these renderings are in your packet if you would like to zoom in and look at them more closely. So moving on to the next component that the commission did have concerns over, that would be the South Plaza. And here you can see the extent of the alterations to the South Plaza that is proposed. This will be a Gang of 19 educational garden. So in addition to some of the flat work that is occurring, there will be some landscaping to really make this an experiential experience for those of different abilities. So here is the South Plaza today. It is just simple concrete paving that leads from 14th into the Greek Theater in and of itself. And the applicant is proposing to make this more of a circular gathering space, again, with the continuation of those ADA pathways into the colonnade of the Greek Theater, the new circular paving materials that will have benches and seating around this centerpiece for the Gang of 19. So the applicant has revised the materials for the medallion piece of the Gang of 19 commemoration marker. Previously, it was proposed to be asphalt, and this was intended to represent the street that the Gang of 19 laid in very close to the site to create a movement for allowing accessibility on RTD buses. And RTD was one of the first transit systems in the nation to have ADA accessibility after this protest. It also was the start of the disability rights and the ADA Act that passed in 1993. So that all started right here in Denver. And there is very little commemoration or acknowledgement of this event, and the community would like to see a bigger piece. So RTD does have a small plaque that has been installed on Colfax Avenue, but the community really wants to see a bigger piece. And Denver Parks was granted a Mellon grant for this, which identifies and provides funding for projects that share all of our histories, just not just one specific view of the history. So again, it is still meant to tie back with that visceral feeling of laying in the street. However, the materials have been updated to the resin-bound material in black, which the commission did discuss at the last meeting and did indicate that they would be supportive of. And then the lettering is now going to be steel lettering versus that painted on lettering that was in the previous proposal. Again, we'll have the Kebney benches here that surround that piece with the integrated lighting. There will be a bronze Gang of 19 with the July 5th date on granite pieces there. And then the granite here will have a ripple texture. So those with different abilities can experience that space along with all the garden elements that are proposed as well. And here's just an image of what that space will look like. Staff, do you find that this is an improvement to the South Plaza? Excuse me. And the design guidelines do talk about allowing commemoration and art within the park. And we do find that this is a excellent art and commemoration piece and is providing acknowledgement of important civic events that had national significance in this park with also national significance. So we are supportive of the alterations to the South Plaza as well. So just to conclude, I have some renderings of what this proposed project will look like. This is obviously an aerial image, but you can see the new canopy structure, the new north-facing bowl, and the additional walkways and pathways that are proposed by this project. This is just the project from the Seal Pond, so looking south into the Cultural Complex Center, and then finally looking north into downtown from the actual bowl itself. And again, as I already stated, staff are recommending approval of this project.
Thank you, Brittany. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? Great. I think we're ready to hear from the applicant team then. And just a reminder that we will need to hear your name. You're welcome to do that when you're ready to speak as individuals, but then all together you have 10 minutes.
And Jenna with Denver Parks is virtual because she is not well. So, okay. If she's unmuted, we'll kick Owen off from Owen.
Very good.
Jenna, you should be able to unmute yourself.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you all so much. I apologize, as Brittany said, I am very under the weather, so I'm not able to attend in person. But I just wanted to quickly thank Brittany again for her excellent overview and kind of stewarding us through this process, as well as the Landmark Commission for spending additional time with this significant project. And lastly, our design team, who's done an amazing job, I think has really addressed the concerns of the commission and from Historic Denver that we heard last time around. So I'm excited to hear your response. So I'll go ahead and kick it over to Juliana and Tina.
I'll go next, Juliana.
morning. And I will take you through the presentation, not the entire presentation, but we just amended the slides that will address the changes. So if you actually could take us to slide 26 so that we can skip right to the South Plaza. And perfect, and I think it's already clear what we are discussing anyway, so we can move on. Obviously, it's this circular area that we are discussing. Go to the next slide. Next slide, I don't think I have to repeat that actually. And so the changes we made, as was discussed from last time, was to have the black surface, this kind of resin-bound material. The lettering is painted steel, and I'll show you the materials in a second here. And then that surrounding circle where the names are engraved, that is a white, perfect, that's a white stone. And so I think, yeah, is it okay just to pass that around?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And one comment, so this resin-bound material is available in all dark stones. That is a custom application. It's possible, but we couldn't get a sample of that because it is custom. But in terms of texture, it would be very much like that. And also, just so you have it for information, this is, because we didn't have a sample last time, that was the original asphalt painted, not that you don't know what painted asphalt looks like, but nonetheless, still good to see. And of course, that was more to more realistically mimic the street. Let you look at the materials first or jump right into the elevator?
I think
Keep
keep going.
going.
Yep.
Okay. In terms of the elevator house, if you could go 2 slides forward, 3 slides forward. Yes, so next slide, actually, please. This one we had a little bit more discussion on, and it wasn't so exactly clear what the asks were, but we definitely heard we needed better images. We heard that loud and clear, so we provided those. We did also understand that it would be desirable to simplify the overall pattern somewhat, which we did do. It's still similar to what you'd seen before, but we took out some of the complexity, especially toward the top, to make it read lighter. We did talk about color a lot, and there was discussion around reconsidering the color. As Brittany said, we had initially suggested a green color, which is more similar to other utility elements in the park. You all had questioned if that might, or not all of you, but some of you had questioned if that is the right solution. And we did actually go back and look instead also at the deep champagne color, which is the same that we're using at the canopy. And we do actually agree that with that change, it does create quite a cohesive complex of structure. So we do agree with that, and we did change the color. And one actually correction to Brittany's introduction, we did remove the decorative lighting. That is something we had in there originally, but we also heard that why draw more attention to that element? It doesn't need to be lit at night, so we did remove that. All right, so I'll take us through some of the images. Here, obviously, crossing 14th, the element we are talking about is that box over there. And you have a little glimpse also of the medallion we were talking about. Next slide. A little bit more of a close-up. Oh yeah, one thing we also wanted to help with a little bit was to explain what exactly the construction is. So the elevator house, and I'll pass that around as well. So this is a section, a portion of the overall elevation, and kind of lightly dashed in here, that rectangle is the area that we just built a cardboard model, so it's not the same metal, but just to explain the structure of it. So these ribs here are the structure of this kind of screen, and the perforated screen is then attached to that. And the perforations, they go from smaller openings at the base to larger openings at the top, so that there's visual lightness over the top. So color-wise, we didn't quite succeed to match it, but this is a little bit more gold than it would be. So this is the actual champagne. Next slide. And then the view from the east, which I think here you can really start to see the three-dimensional quality of that screen. Next slide. And another view from the north, just to give you some different perspectives of what that volume would look like. Next. Again, the overall elevation, so that is a elevation of alongside. Oh, also one more correction. The distance actually between the concrete and the metal is 2 feet, not 2 inches. So the screen is, it is okay. So the screen is supported by this concrete roof. Next slide. And you also had a question about what exactly is, where do we have screen and where do we have solid behind the screen? So there is an elevator house, which is more toward the south side, right here. That elevator shaft rather than house, thank you, elevator shaft. That elevator shaft is concrete and again supports this concrete roof. While on the north side, there is a storage component. So here the concrete comes all the way to the edge. So it's kind of this L-shaped element with the elevator shaft in the middle on that side. And then the screen wraps around that with that 2-foot distance between both. Next. And here, I think all we are, these drawings, all we are saying is that the decorative lighting that we used to have, we are proposing to remove. And I think next, I think that more or less, yeah, covers the updates from last time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude?
That's it.
We have a question.
We're here for support.
And questions.
Yes.
Sure. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
I
Elizabeth?
have a question. I would like to know how it went when you went back to your stakeholders with this.
Maybe Jenna can answer.
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually, I did present this to there was actually a 35th anniversary of the ADA conference last Friday that RTD was hosting. And so I presented this to a number of our stakeholders, really key stakeholders that were part of the Disability Advisory Committee, but also disabled stakeholders throughout the committee. I did present the new material changes and it didn't seem like there were concerns. There was very broad support for the design in general and a lot of excitement about this. In addition, RTD has announced that they're also renaming the Civic Center station the Wade Blank Station in honor of the Gang of 19. And I hope to think that we played a small part in pushing that forward as well. So it's really exciting to see so many changes happening within the district.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions, Larry?
Yeah, a couple of material questions. The perforated steel, what's the thickness on that?
Yeah, thickness, we are thinking about a quarter.
Quarter inch. Okay, so very thick, not like a thin sheet metal. Thank you. And then I guess, this might be a bit technical, but the resin, the gravel and the resin, is there a maintenance schedule on that? I would imagine the freeze thaw will kind of degrade the resin over time.
So it's an epoxy, so it is a little bit more stable than if it were just a crusher fines with a binder. So it does have an epoxy. It's a little more stable than that. And I can't speak to the maintenance for Denver Parks. We did feel like it might be a good complement to the asphalt. That's why we went with that instead. And it does work really well with the insets of the rough and steel that you saw, which is actually gonna be on the paving as well. Jenna, I don't know if we wanna talk to the maintenance of it. We do
Yeah.
feel like it's a durable material to be used.
Yeah, I'd love to add to that, because we actually originally came up with the resin bound aggregate for the North Garden rooms. That's originally where it was proposed, and that was in direct response to our maintenance team's concerns about having to do additional layers of like stabilization for crusher fines. And that's similar with the McNichols patio. We're looking at being able to power wash it and just long-term maintenance, the resin bound aggregate being a better alternative.
Thank you.
One place where it does differ, I think, from the asphalt is that it will likely require expansion joints, some sort of joints in there somewhere to create smaller sections than the entire circle. So that's something we'll have to consider and figure out where those go exactly.
Glad you guys are thinking about all that.
I did have one question, and I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to clarify it. Brittany, is it possible to go back to the image, the slide they had of the elevator house showing the structure of kind of the elevator shaft? It's at the top middle. Yep.
38.
Oh, no, yes, that one. That is not raised, like that elevator shaft is not coming out, right? It's
confusing maybe.
Yeah.
So that is below ground. The stairs are below ground, so the ground is right there. So there's a small curve, but it's not raised beyond.
and then the shaft itself, the roof is flat.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
I do have a few questions also regarding the elevator house. So you guys had, as you just clarified, of the screen is 2 feet off of the enclosure of the actual elevator house. From the design details, I'm curious, is the intent that is open? It looks like there are kind of support members or standoffs that the screen will be mounted to.
Yeah.
But do you guys have a covering of any kind that's over that opening, or is that meant to be open?
It's meant to be open. So the 2 feet gap is open, and then the concrete, of course, is continuous as well. So the concrete portion is solid and covered, and the 2 feet gap is open.
So what is the long-term maintenance plan of, leaves and debris that would potentially gather between the screen and the concrete walls?
So there's, in terms of moisture, there's a drain at the bottom of the stair where that would collect. And yes, it would just have to be blown or sucked out. The 2 feet was actually made so that we could get in there and get the leaves out. And the screen is also intended to limit what goes in. I'm sure, yes, some things will fall into the top, but yeah, the 2 foot distance was, if you have some thinner Parks employees that can. Sometimes we need some tiny plumbers too. But that was why the 2 feet.
And then also along that note, so from what's in the drawings and understanding the access that is gained by the elevator, it's going to an underground tunnel area with a restroom and more support spaces of the theater. And so it's my understanding that this elevator is not meant for public use, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So originally, the idea was that it would be for public use and there would be, not public, but events. So there would be a green room downstairs and event staff and crew could use it. For budget reasons and other reasons, I think, for parks, it has come back to being entirely support for the theater. So it's storage of either like chairs and conservancy things, as well as some park things and all the AV equipment that would be required to be put away and to taken out. And the comms rooms, so the IT room, the AV racks, all that is down in the lower level as well.
That makes sense. And it's those are Henry's also.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to that, thank you, Anne, that the reason for it not being really accessible for event use anymore is multifold. One is we realized it really wasn't an ideal location to access the stage. And other reasons, complications with safety and permitting and making sure that we keep that area safe and secure. And as Anne mentioned, you know, we have very, very little storage space downtown for our Parks and Recreation staff. They have very few maintenance facilities, and so they are actually losing some space through this project in the Greek Theater basement. And so making sure that they have access to the key infrastructure that's below and maintain some ability to have storage for materials to maintain this beautiful park. I know there's been a lot of questions about maintenance. It's really critical that they have a place to store materials.
And then lastly, I do just have a comment. Since we last met, I've thought about this park a lot and I walked it a lot since our last meeting. So I did just want to say I appreciate you guys coming back to meet with us and working on some of these comments and incorporating them. I do feel that we are much closer with this iteration and that we've made great progress. So I just want to say thank you for that. I know a lot of time and effort goes into that. So.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right, any other questions? And Rusty, I'm assuming, has not raised his hand, so.
No questions.
Okay, great. All right, Brittany, would you like to make any further clarifications or?
Apologies, I cannot read plans. I did see the light fixture was noted to be removed, but I think in my mind, I was like, they're just highlighting it because there was questions about where it was last time, so my apologies.
All right, thank you.
You were on an abbreviated schedule.
I was,
Yes.
I was also trying to do one group crossing at the same time.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll move into deliberation. Thank you very much, applicants. Commissioners, what did you think of this revised proposal?
This addressed the concerns I had and answered a lot of questions for me, so thank you.
I wasn't here for the first round of the details presentation.
fun.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that these details meet the guidelines and it seems very robust and nicely detailed.
I appreciate all the effort and you know, the elevator override wasn't a concern of mine last time. I was happy with it, but the additional time put into it, I think, has benefited the overall. And the illustrative samples and the mock-up, all of that, you should be commended for because it really leaves nothing to chance. So I appreciate my colleagues pushing for it and overall, congratulations.
And I would also say that while the elevator house is more of a support function, again, the materiality does seem to bring it into more alignment of the existing structure and of the Greek Theater. And massing wise, as Brittany has reminded us a few times now, the massing does relate really well to the Greek Theater and to that benefactor wall. And again, with the adjacency of it to the existing structure as well, I think that, again, the materiality change is really bringing all this together and making it feel more cohesive.
We agree.
Oh, sorry.
No, I agree with everything my fellow commissioners have said and would just say that, you know, I was thinking of the elevator house as, you know, clearly the arch pattern that's on it is meant to relate to the canopy. And so just having them as the same color just kind of reinforces again, kind of seeing that second state or a later future stage of improvement or development of the park as one, rather than kind of possibly as separate from each other. So I think that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, thank you for the time that you put in to do that.
Yeah, I just wanted to really quickly kind of talk about Ozzy's comment earlier about the asphalt and the kind of artistic value of it. I think that while I definitely understand where he's coming from with that, I think that the you know, our remit is durable materials, and I feel like this is a much more durable solution than asphalt with painted coatings.
I agree, and I think it also goes back again to our larger discussion we had at the previous meeting about the materiality asphalt is not found in other parts of the park, and so it did kind of feel like an atypical material to be introducing to a place that has such strong historic context and established historic context. So it does seem that with the newly proposed materials, a lot of those design thought and approach is still being met, even though we're not using the asphalt.
I think I was fine with it as asphalt, but as far as the change goes, I think it's an excellent change, and I think that it's much more durable with the new iteration than it was going to be. Because asphalt is not really a great material long term. We're always fixing the roads. So I think in terms of just long-term care of that corner, this is going to be hold up much better over time.
All right, great. Well, it sounds like we're all in agreement. Would someone like to make a motion? Brittany has the recommended motion on the screen.
Make a motion, Madam Chair, I move to approve application number 2025-COA-482 for the Phase 2 design detail submittal at 101 West 14th Avenue Parkway, the Greek Theater, as per Civic Center guidelines 3B, C, E, F, G, H, L, X, or 10, Roman numeral 10, design guidelines 2.55, 2.69, character defining features for the Civic Center Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Larry. Do I have a second?
A second, may I ask a clarifying question though, because on the online, it's an I, not L.
For the design
So I don't know if that's a
guidelines.
capital I.
Right.
It might be a capital I.
Okay.
I do copy and paste.
I don't
them.
want there to be a problem later.
I'm glad you saw that. I saw it too, and I wasn't.
I also
love my
question-
touchscreen computer, I could just blow it up.
Yeah. The guidelines.
Just make sure we're citing in the motion the correct one.
I believe it's I.
Yeah, that's what's in the staff report.
Yeah.
In
Art
the
in
section.
commemoration.
Yeah.
I think this might be a capital I, it's just the font.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's the font that did it.
Okay.
I also thought it was I when reading it later.
So, since Larry said L, if you would, second it, or did you second
I
it?
seconded.
And now you're making a friendly amendment to change that.
Larry, are you amenable to a friendly amendment to correct the letter?
I am amenable.
Let's change it to I from L, please.
All right, excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
All right, good.
Can I vote 3 times?
All right, I believe the motion passes unanimously, so thank you very much.
Thank you, team, that was amazing.
Normally when commission meetings are this long, we take a break at 3. We are quite close to that. I don't know if you want to continue on or have that break now and review the next couple of projects collectively. Or if you don't want to break at all.
I would suggest we take a break. Yes, all right, so we will take a 5-minute break and reconvene back right at that time. I think commission has all come back, so we will get started again. Starting with project number 2025-LMDEMO-208 at 3181 Champa Street in the Curtis Park Judy Historic District.
Thanks, Erica. This application is for the demolition of 3181 Champa Street, which is the existing bathhouse and pool area located in Mestizo Curtis Park. Staff would like to proactively address some comments that were brought up during the public comment period. relation to this
We
project.
can't hear over here. Could you turn the mic on?
Yeah, actually, if you wouldn't mind, it'd be great to have.
I don't. That's all.
Thanks.
So first, while staff agrees that the existing murals are culturally important to the history and park, existing art at the site and any new art is overseen through a process through Denver Arts and Venues. So we, Landmark Preservation, are not part of that process. Additionally, I just wanted to let you know that I serve on the Public Art Committee that works with Denver Arts and Venues and reviews art projects and decommissions monthly. So I can let you know that these murals were voted on to be decommissioned already, as they were felt that they could not be saved, which is why the same artist was offered a wall on the new structure. So I just wanted to point that out as pertinent information for you all. Anyway, moving back on to the demolition. So the determination as to whether or not a structure in a historic district may be demolished is driven by whether it's deemed contributing or non-contributing. Section 30-11 of the Denver Landmark Preservation Ordinance states that in determining whether a structure or feature is contributing or non-contributing to the district for preservation, the commission shall determine whether the structure or feature retains integrity and evaluate the following criteria. A, whether the structure or feature is listed as contributing or non-contributing in the designation ordinance or in the designation application. B, whether the structure or feature was constructed within the period of significance for the structure or district for preservation. And C, whether the structure or feature contributes to the significance for which the structure or district for preservation was designated. Design guideline 2.58 states do not demolish contributing structures to the historic district or historic buildings with an individual landmark designation. So landmark staff found that the bathhouse structure to be non-contributing to the historic district, as the official list of contributing and non-contributing structures does not list or describe this property, nor does it show the structure on the map in the designation application. The structure was constructed outside of the period of significance and does not contribute to the significance for which the district was designated, and does not embody any distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or type found in the district. Next slide. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the demolition with the condition that a replacement structure plan is approved prior to demolition.
Thank you, Crystal. Staff, do you have any questions? I'm sorry, commissioners, do you have any questions for staff?
I do. So you had mentioned that the murals have already been voted upon for demolition. So can you just provide more information of what happens next? You know, even despite if the community wanted to save them, kind of, are there options or is this decided upon?
So again, that would be Denver Arts and Venues that controls that process. Like I said, I'm only on the Public Art Committee, serve voluntarily, and we meet monthly. So I can only say that the Public Art Committee voted on to support the decommission, but I don't know if it's gone farther, or if there's a place that could stop. And I think that would, if the community wanted to pursue that, that's something to contact Denver Arts and Venues about.
And we're in a really tricky spot with murals in general, as we have purview over the building, but not paint. And many murals are paint, so it's a really tricky spot for us. And we have many murals in La Alma, Lincoln Park Historic District, that are part of that history and story as well, also by the same artists in that neighborhood too.
Right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Crystal. All right, we're ready to hear from the applicants for this demolition proposal. If you would begin with your name and up to 10 minutes.
I'm gonna make a quick point. The fact that you have a staff member who is also on this other board is an extreme unethical conflict of interest.
Thank you.
I am pulling up your time. 1 second. Is there a way y'all could stand closer together so we could?
We sure can. I'll be moving around a lot.
Okay.
But we can move, we can go full screen with our graphics, yes?
I'm just trying to make sure that people at home watching can still see you
Okay,
as well.
very good. Well, and your last team was up and walking. I'll make sure and be in that frame then.
Okay. I mean, it's not necessarily required. I was just.
All right. Well, thank you, staff. Thank you, commission. Happy to talk about the demolition application for Mestizo Curtis Park. And if you go ahead and go to the next slide, there are a few things we wanted to point out.
Could you give us your name, please?
Thank you. James Brom, architect with HDR.
All right, thank you.
What we're looking at here is the proposed footprint and also the existing footprint of Mestizo Curtis Park Pool.
So I just wanted to clarify that this is just for the demolition.
Thank you.
All right.
This is just for the demolition.
Okay.
But we wanted to show what was existing for the demolition on the site plan. And including the discussion about that mural that we've been talking about.
Okay.
And in fact, that isn't the original mural, and what we're talking about that is as well. Emmanuel has several versions of the murals. So if we go to the next slide. In fact, if we go one more time to the next slide. When we begun doing an assessment of the building, there were several things that were pointed out to us that we were able to discover. And having designed recreation centers and aquatic centers across the country, it was very obvious working with our pool consultant. The first was the mechanical equipment. It was antiquated, it was exposed, and no longer could meet the needs right now of that pool. Secondly, the old gang showers, we don't do those anymore. In the second photo, that doesn't meet code, splash resistance. That was another issue. But most importantly, on the inside, there was also a limited amount of asbestos that was discovered. The masonry was unreinforced masonry. And all of that pool mechanical equipment was failing and not meeting what was needed for today. If we go to the next slide. The workplace environment, it was adequate, but not meeting the standards for today of what was needed for staff, the number of staff and number of lifeguards. Also, just the amount of visibility and sight lines that we're going to be talking about later today. Next slide. This is another image of the locker room facilities. And not only are there code issues, splash issues, maintenance issues, the fixture count wasn't meeting the code that was necessary for it today. So really, the high performance needs to make an efficient, sustainable pool and building just weren't in place right now for this building. Next slide. And there's another shot of again, we just don't build pools like this anymore today in terms of what's needed for pumps and tanks. We needed a larger system, more efficient system. And I'll even refer to Emily for a moment, just the maintenance issues that we've had on that pool tank.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think the bottom line is, we did look at, was it possible to preserve and retrofit this building? And given modern day standards and the needs, the space requirements with ADA, the new pool equipment, code requirements, it's just not possible. That's why you'll see in the first couple slides that the footprint of the new building is quite a bit larger than the existing building, and that's to meet current code and mechanical equipment requirements.
Could you give us your name, please?
I'm sorry, I'm
Emily Ziegler, Assistant Director overseeing Park Design and Construction with Denver Parks and Recreation.
Thank you.
Is that your presentation?
Excuse me, one more time.
Is that your presentation?
These were just the last slides to show the existing pool. We'll be doing some additional comparisons. The existing pool, yes, it is 50 yards. And it's really not part of the discussion today, but we will be pointing out the replacement pool as well, including a significantly larger leisure pool that was voted upon. And I think there is one more thing that I want to point out while we're here. Sorry if I'm in the screen, out of the screen, I'm doing my best. The pool mechanical room and filtration area for the pool is back here on the southwest corner. The way chemicals are delivered right now today are through a curb cut on Champa and taken down the sidewalk, the public sidewalk of the park to deliver the chemicals. That's something else that we had to study in the demolition of what's being proposed today and what was existing. Next slide. Demo plan. What you're looking at here is not only the existing pool house, shade structures, the 50-yard pool, and then the splash pad area over here that's going to be coming out. But what was also taken into account was how to save as many trees around the site. Next slide. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions for the applicants?
I am curious, in our public comment section, a few folks had mentioned opportunity of reusing the existing building or salvaging it. Could you just speak to some of the pros and cons or restraints that you guys potentially evaluated in your assessment of the site and proposal of the new building?
Certainly, and it's twofold. It's not only the building, it's the pool. And how do you, trying to preserve that pool really wasn't going to be any sort of opportunity. The building is unreinforced brick. That was an issue in terms of safety. What would it take to reinforce that building? So it didn't meet size, it didn't meet code, it didn't meet structural requirements. We did examine it. And I'm proud to say that I even spoke with the artist Emmanuel Martinez prior to even having a contract to work with Denver Parks and Recreation. There is something to the idea of the individual bricks, that he's also painted them, as he'll mention several times. There were previous murals, and ironically, the name of the mural was Eyes on the Park, which used those big giant louvers to create sunglasses, which was brilliant. That would have had to be preserved as well.
Yeah, I can add a little bit to that, and we'll be talking about this on the next application as well. But we did engage the community. We heard a lot of comments about wanting more lawn space, wanting more shade, and wanting views that opened up into the park. And so by reorienting the site, that allows us to do that. It allows us to create a lot more lawn space and extend the fence. Also, you can see the footprint of the proposed building. That is the minimum square footage that we could squeeze the entire program into, given current day standards. So the current building is not large enough to fit the program. It's not large enough to provide, proper ADA access through the building, to provide proper staff space, lifeguard space for, visual cues into the site. And it's also not big enough to host the mechanical equipment that's required. That equipment has changed over time. We're now required to add, additional treatment systems that requires more space, more clearance. So code is a lot different today than it was then, which required a pretty significant expansion of the footprint.
Any other questions? Staff, did you have any summary for this?
I have follow-up. The landmark preservation staff sits on the public art committee as an advisory. We are not a voting member on that committee. Our Commissioner Larry was on the public art committee, and once he was appointed to this committee, he did resign that position to maintain ethical boundaries between those commissions. So I just wanted to provide additional follow-up on that.
Thank you, Brittany. That's important. Clear. All right. Thank you, applicants. We'll hear from you again, but we will now move into deliberation on this particular application. Commissioners, what are your thoughts?
One more note about Brittany's comment. I also have not been in contact with anybody from the Public Art Committee with regards to this project.
Okay, great. That was 3 years ago when you
Yeah,
were first
that was a
initially
long time
appointed
ago.
to the commission.
Okay. Any thoughts, commissioners?
Given the guidelines, I don't feel like, as a body, we have a leg to stand in the way of, granting a demolition right to the applicant.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to clearly meet what the ordinance is saying that we need to evaluate as far as deeming it non-contributing and therefore allowable for demolition.
And I think it is worth clarifying that how it has been the motion has been presented to us is that it would potentially be approved with conditions. So it is conditional upon the voting of the next portion of this project of the new pool, of the new bathhouse. So I think that that's important to know.
Right, that a full application for replacement, not just phase 1, but phase 2 would need to be approved before demolition could begin. Correct. All right, well, given that, would someone like to make a motion?
Go ahead and make your motion. Madam Chair, I move to approve with conditions application number 2025-LM demo-208 for the total demolition of the non-contributing structure at 3181 Champa Street as per design guideline 2.58. Character defining features for the Curtis Park G Historic District. Presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following condition: approval of a replacement structure prior to demolition.
Thank you, Larry. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Bree. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so the motion passes unanimously. And we are ready to move on to the next application, which is considering phase 1 replacement. So application number 2025-COA-485 at 978 32nd Street in the Curtis Park G Historic District in Crystal.
Okay, so this application is for the phase 1 mass form and context review for new improvements to Mestizo Curtis Park near the corner of Champa Street and 32nd Street. The applicant, Denver Parks and Recreation, is proposing to construct a new pool area with 2 new pools and a new pool house. At left here, you can just see the project site outlined in red with an aerial view of Mestizo Curtis Park. So staff would also, again, in this application, like to proactively address a few items brought up during the public comment period in relation to the project. Number 1, there's currently no curb cut proposed in this application, so we did not review a new curb cut. Any new curb cut would need review by the commission. It does appear that one may be proposed in the future based on the current design of the structure, but that was not requested or detailed in this application. The applicant can propose one in phase 2 as details are worked through. And number 2, again, staff wanted to reiterate that while the art and mural wall is proposed in this phase 1 application, the actual art and what will be there is a process through Denver Arts and Venues and may change. Staff is reviewing and looking at the application as presented to us by Denver Parks and Recreation, and mainly to show that the wall will not just be a blank wall, but will have art of some sort in the location that they're proposing. And we do not review any art ourselves. Next slide. So here you can see some existing photos around the site at the top, and the bathhouse is proposed to be demolished at the left. At right is the ground plan comparison the applicant submitted, showing the varied setbacks that exist around the park location, as well as the varied width of structures that face the park. Design guideline 4.1 states to respect established building location, lot coverage, and open space patterns when locating a new building. The new pool house structure and pool area are compatible with the historic district. In terms of this, the new location of the structure will face the street like other residential and commercial structures in the district. and will allow the new pool areas to face into the park. The pool house has new sidewalks and a new landscaped area inviting citizens into the facility from the street and appears to follow district patterns. All new mechanical and utility equipment for the pool will be contained and housed inside this new structure. At center bottom, you can see the previous bathhouse and pool layout that is now proposed to be flipped with the new pool house location in dashed blue line where the existing pool was located. This was intentional so as to have the building sited like other structures in the district, welcoming people from the street and allowing the pool areas to be part of the rest of the park. Next slide. So here you can see different concepts that were considered for the pool house design at the top right and the new proposed design at the top left. Towards the bottom of the slide, you can see existing issues with drainage. The parks has said they had issues with the other locations with flat roof structures. And center bottom, an existing non-contributing structure with a unique roof line within the district and just south of Curtis Park at 2940 Curtis Street. So the design guidelines applicable to the park provide little specific guidance on civic structures and no direction for recreational facilities. Denver Parks and Recreation has taken the approach that attempting to incorporate formal references to the pre-1915 residential and commercial development surrounding the park would be inauthentic and does not align well with the physical needs of this project and the requests of the community that has been involved with them so far in this process. Staff also used intent statements to review this project due to the lack of design guidelines that specifically relate to the use. So intent statement 4A states to respect character defining features of the historic district when designing a new building. 4B states to promote new construction that is also compatible and harmonious with the historic context. And 4C to ensure that the new buildings can be differentiated from the surrounding historic context and recognized as current construction or incorporate a neutral design that has little impact. Staff finds that the new pool house structure is fully located within a city-owned park, faces the street, and is 1 story in height. The massing and height and the siting of the structure respects the character defining features of the historic district and is differentiated from the surrounding historic context and will be recognized as current construction. Next slide. So here you can see the floor plans that are proposed for the new structure at the top left. At right, you can see how Parks and Recreation proposes that the structure is broken down into modules. Design guideline 4.23 states to maintain typical spacing patterns created by the repetition of historic building widths along the street. The new pool house will be a very long 202-foot structure set in the park, but will face the street as other structures in the district do in the surrounding context. The massing is broken up into 4 modules by building configuration, both stepping back and stepping forward at different sections of the facade. The section closest to the corner of 32nd Street and Champa Street is reserved for local art, specifically a new mural art piece. You can see that location highlighted in orange at the center of the slide. Staff would like to note that any new artwork or murals are being worked out with Denver Arts and Venues in a separate process. So this is just what's proposed currently. Next slide. So here on the left, you can see a few historic photos that were included with the application of the pool area and how it's changed over the years. At the top, you can see the now decommissioned mural 1971 by artist Emmanuel Martinez, as well as how the design and architectural designs found in the neighborhood have influenced this proposed design of the pool house. Denver Parks and Recreation believes that because the structure will be located in a public park and is a civic use, it might be appropriate in this instance for the new pool house to relate to a later history found here outside the period of significance for the historic district, and is more related to the diversity of the area and the strong cultural history of Mestizo Curtis Park. The existing pool house features painted murals by local artist Emmanuel Martinez, which hold cultural significance to the park and the community and relate to a more recent history that exists here. These murals will be destroyed with the demolition of the pool house. So Parks is working with Denver Arts and Venues on this area that they've reserved for Emmanuel Martinez to come back and paint a new mural for the community or some kind of artwork. So we just wanted to include these pictures to show you what their design was inspired by. The new structure is proposed to incorporate decorative detailing at the base, but that could change as that's part of phase 2. But you can see here how it relates at the top to the design of 1971. Next slide. So here's the proposed site plan for the pool house and the new pools. The new pool house structure is located facing the street like other structures in the district and will be fully fenced. Next slide. And then here's the proposed front elevation facing 32nd Street. I combined the detailed elevations and the kind of isometric photos just to kind of show what each side's supposed to look like. But just to let you know, obviously the detailing could change and likely will for phase 2. As you can see in the top photos, they have these vertical elements. They're supposed to be like faux window articulations that aren't super clearly shown in the bottom. And that's because they're still working on detailing that and wanted the commission's input on those things. So design guideline 4.22 states establish a sense of human scale in building design. The new civic pool house structure does establish a sense of human scale. It's a 1-story building with a maximum height of 17 feet 6 inches at its highest point. Simple architectural details include these faux window articulations that have been added to the design to try to fit better with the context of the district on both the front and the back of the building. There are a few large picture windows, mainly for visitors and for lifeguards at the facility only. Design guideline 4.25 states to maintain typical historic entry patterns along the street. The new pool house structure has one main entrance from the street into the facility, like other structures found in the district. The surrounding entry design guides visitors to the main entrance of the facility and conveys a sense of scale with the faux window articulations, as well as the new landscape triangle and greenery that will surround the area. And it also provides a seating area and gathering space. Design guideline 4.3 states to design a building to include typical features and rhythms of the historic buildings in the surrounding context block in similar proportions or dimensions. So the new structure does not include typical features and rhythms of historic buildings in the surrounding historic context. However, as a civic use, the structure has a very different purpose and function and functional needs than the residential and commercial structures in the district. Although window locations and proportions are atypical of the district, a very limited number of windows are included in the application. As I said, just those large picture windows to allow for visitors and for safety. No other windows are proposed, as any additional glass could be a safety hazard. The applicants have added these faux window openings on the front and rear just to try to better relate to the district. Next slide. So here's the rear elevation with the pool house facing towards the park. Design guideline 4.8 states design windows, doors, and other features to be compatible with the historic contributing primary structures and the context. The new pool house structure does have door sizes that match others found in the district, though the windows have atypical proportions. Since the use will have lockers and a changing facility, windows were purposely omitted from the design, and those faux window openings were added. As you can see here, the applicants have detailed in these renderings lintels and sills to better match proportions found in the district, but these do need more detail and study. Next slide. So here's the west elevation showing this long narrow building and how the pools will relate to the structure. Next slide. And then the east elevations just showing the main entrance into the facility and the few windows on the structure. Next slide. Finally, here's the roof plan. Design guideline 4.6 states to use a roof form that is compatible with the historic context. So the new roof form does not use a roof form consistent with typical roof forms found in the district. Staff agrees there. However, the orientation and complexity of the roof form is simple, and staff felt it would not detract from the surrounding historic context. Other roof forms, including a flat roof, were considered by the applicants. However, they stated that flat roofs at pool houses and other areas of the city have deteriorated rapidly and caused excess runoff onto pool decks over time. At the bottom right, you can see the other civic facilities that the applicant has included in their application that are both within and outside the district that have varying roof forms that do not match typical roof forms found in the district. Next slide. So although Landmark staff is supportive of the design in relation to this application for mass form and context, Landmark staff believes the faux window articulations, colors of the materials and scaling elements and articulation could be improved and adjusted for the phase 2 design detail submittal to better fit the historic context of the district. The applicant has included information here about the proposed glazed block material, as well as proposed colors and design in this application to get the commission's thoughts on the appropriateness of these materials and their color choices before moving forward to a phase 2 application. Next slide. So Landmark staff is generally supportive of the proposed project, believing the mass form and scale of the new pool house and the pool areas fits with the context of the district and largely does meet the design guidelines. In our designing and context section of our guidelines, it states that Denver historic districts are not frozen in time. They continue to evolve while maintaining their essential character. And a key objective is to retain the overall character of the district while accommodating creative yet compatible new buildings. And ideally, a new building will contribute to an understanding of the district, or at least incorporate a neutral design that has little impact. The new pool house structure is creatively different from the surrounding historic context, but is compatible in terms of mass, form, and scale, has a relatively low height, and a neutral form that has little impact on the surrounding historic context. The new building will also contribute to an understanding of the district in terms of later history that has occurred at Mestizo Curtis Park and will acknowledge the cultural significance of the Chicano movement and past murals that help contribute to the history here and the significance at this location. Therefore, staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, Crystal. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff?
Just real quickly, is there a transparency requirement for zoning for that north wall?
I'm not zoning, so I do not know, but there typically are transparency requirements with zoning, but maybe they can address that.
Okay. Have your attorney here. Okay, thank you. All right, we are ready to hear from the applicant team. My understanding is that they've requested an additional minute of time. And given that they did not use their full 10 minutes from the previous application, we will let them have that additional minute. Thank you.
Am I good to start? Okay, great. Thank you. We'll advance through these slides pretty quickly. Have a lot to cover. So if you want to start with slide 2, a quick glance at the agenda. I'll be reviewing the results of the community feedback, highlighting the significance of the Chicano movement to this park, and discussing best practices in civic design. And then I'll hand it off to James to talk through design approach and do a deeper dive into specific design guidelines, specifically related around roof form and windows. And then we'll review some of the comments we did receive from the RNO and how those have influenced the design. Next slide. Next slide. So starting with community process, the project team held public meetings over the course of several different months. We conducted surveys and public meetings and were able to collect and analyze over 800 responses to key decision points, including the size and shape of the water and other details. Some of the key feedback we heard included a strong desire for more shade. Sorry, next slide. A strong desire for more shade, more lawn space with views that opened up into the park, and certainly a sense of urgency to get the new pool open as soon as possible. We also heard a desire for the design to continue to reflect the history and culture of the diverse residents of the neighborhood. Next slide. We did ask the community what the preferred architecture style was, and 57% of respondents did select modern style over contemporary classic. Next slide. So in terms of the design guidelines, and as noted in the staff report, they almost exclusively apply to residential homes with little specific guidance for civic structures. And because the pool house and pool were initially born outside and after the period of significance, we've incorporated the community feedback and offered a design that will continue to embody the achievements of the historical period this amenity is truly an attribution to. Next slide. That period specifically is the 1960s and 70s, when the park became a home amenity for several different ethnicities in a time that also runs in parallel to the cultural movement of the Chicano boom. We do acknowledge some of those design details may not align with the designated period of significance, but the design from its roof form to the block patterning that's representative of the original 1971 mural, and to the dedicated location for a potential new mural or a direct reflection of that time and the spirit, art, and importance of the Chicano movement. Next slide. Regarding best practices for civic buildings, DPR has a large portfolio of public-facing buildings that we own and operate. We know what works and what doesn't work in terms of maintainability and longevity, and we've drawn all from those lessons learned as we've also considered the design for this building. Next slide. As Crystal mentioned, we have a lot of challenges with flat roofs. They blister, they tend to leak, they pool water. We have other similar flat roofs, other pool facilities, and there's an issue with water management around the pool deck. So we try to limit flat roofs as much as possible unless absolutely necessary, especially in pool settings. And they also have social challenges. So the picture on the bottom right of the screen was taken last week, actually, and of the Mestizo Curtis pool house, and that is someone sleeping on the roof. These are the types of challenges that we try to mitigate through design that our operations teams and facility teams have to address every single day. Next slide. We know that material is a phase 2 consideration, but just wanted to present this. This is an image taken at a GVR pool facility. This is one of the reasons why we are very strongly recommending glaze block in lieu of brick or other CMU material. Porous material, even with applied graffiti coating, is impossible to completely remove the graffiti. So this facility gets tagged on a regular basis, and you can see the ghosting that occurs when the graffiti isn't completely able to be removed. And with that, I'll hand it off to James.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Commission. Next slide. Beginning with this pool project, it is a civic project in a public park, and that's important to point out. Next slide. The setbacks in the neighborhood are varying. They go anywhere from 6 feet to 29 feet. It isn't consistent. Next slide. In the Curtis Park neighborhood for civic buildings, the setbacks also vary anywhere from 2 feet to 88 feet. Next slide. The length of the pool, as pointed out, is considerably longer, but that was in order to house high performance aquatic systems and larger locker rooms. Next slide. What is an important decision, moving the pool house forward allowed not only for the pools to fit into the site, but ample green space and cool shaded space, as we heard from the community. Next slide. In this floor plan, we start to see the different masses that are composed that we heard about in terms of pushing and pulling, and also that welcome plaza, which has a 35-foot dimension back away from the street in order for gathering safety. Next slide. An early sketch that shows the idea of the rendering of a pool in the park. Next slide. Addressing the guidelines of height in the neighborhood. This is 17'6", lower than the 2-story buildings. It is longer than a house, but that's also a typical dimension for a civic building. Next slide. The design strategy here, as pointed out per the guidelines, were to create 4 distinct massings for a pedestrian scale. And we can answer questions about that. Next slide. In this image, you see the community entry on that north side, how to create something that's welcoming but still protective. Next slide. And on the south side, where it was important, and we heard from Arno, to make sure we keep the same sort of rhythm and character, which we brought into these drawings as well. Next slide. This is the important corner of 32nd and Champa. It's a civic landmark corner, an important location, and where the potential artwork may go. Next slide. An overview of the pitched roof and the welcome plaza. Next slide. And in this image, the idea of how do we make this portal feel celebratory, welcome, and inclusive for everybody. Next slide. Shaded community space on that welcome plaza to 35 feet. Next slide. And the entrance and check-in windows. That also starts to show the faux windows and the proposed lintel and sill details. And you'll also start to see the patterning at the bottom. Next slide. Shaded areas, both from trees and structures in the pool deck area that was important from the community. Next slide. Guideline 4.3, talking about the idea of that the roof does not meet the typical historic guideline. However, it is simple, maintainable, and we believe very compatible to the other pitched roofs. Next slide. On this slide, talking about the idea that, again, the building height is half the size of typical neighboring structures. Next slide. And I believe I made a mistake on that last one. I was one ahead, but this is 4.6. Typical historic guidelines. If it doesn't meet the historic guideline, it is simple, maintainable, and compatible. Sorry, I was one slide ahead. Next slide. The community vote for a modern style. What was important here was the idea that it was consistent with that century and that the period of significance of the Chicano movement in the 60s and 70s. Next slide. And also compatible for the idea of the Denver Parks and Recreation portfolio of projects, playful and inviting roof forms. Next slide. And as was pointed out earlier as well, designing in context requires for the guidelines requests that historic districts evolve and yet still maintain character. And we believe this is a good example of how it evolves for the period of significance, but also still carries character. Next slide. Again, Denver Parks and Recreation roof forms that are lively, playful, and inviting. We think that's the spirit of Parks and Recreation and inclusion. Next slide. Given the pool house is primarily locker rooms, the number of windows were limited. However, that's why the rhythm of the repetitive windows were included for historic compatibility. Next slide. Larger windows at the check area was important for safety and for lifeguards. Next slide. And also civic examples that have both narrow and larger windows. Next slide. Sightlines to the pool. Importance of safety. Next slide. Horizontal and vertical articulation is incorporated in the design. And while the base is not typical historic, it references the original historic mural from '71, his first mural, not his second. And the next slide showing the patterning down at that base, which would reference the original '71 mural and period of significance. Last two slides, if you go forward. That's not it. That one, thank you. We did have a chance to meet with the Arno, and we heard the comments, we heard Keith's comments. This is an example of the before and after. We heard that the windows needed more articulation. We felt that we could add to the faux windows, which we did in the lower view, and also how to create more openness in the building, and certainly even simplify the roof to make it a little more streamlined. Last slide, and if I can conclude, we believe this is a win-win for the community and for Landmark. This is a civic building in a park. It is a new building, not frozen in time, but still respects historic scale and detail. The roof is playful, functional, and timeless. It respects the mid-century modern Chicano period of significance. And with that, we'd also like to hear comments today about the current palette from the Landmark Commission and welcome any feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicants?
Yeah, so I appreciate you've broken the program down into 4 modules, right?
Correct.
And you stated that that was to make it feel more pedestrian in scale.
Correct.
And my question to you is, by putting a single roof over all 4 modules, don't you think that dilutes that effort to make this more pedestrian?
Personally, the team did not. We believed it actually created something that gave more of a simple, compatible look as opposed to a series of different roof forms. We didn't want to take away from the neighborhood. We also wanted to feel like one large tree canopy. So the idea was find a way to have both the modules, but stitch it together with a simple, elegant roof that sure also did reflect that period of significance.
And since you build these things, just a follow-up question.
Please.
Since you build these things all over the country and the world, you're a global firm, and security is important.
Very.
Defensibility is important, and also deterrence to being defaced are important. But by unifying all 4 of these modules, maybe back to my original question, aren't we just creating a bigger canvas for misuse by the public? You state that it's 1 story, but that it's really a story and a half or 2 at its highest points, and then given the material, it really feels monolithic and tall and long. And I just don't know. To me, given the guidelines, taking on a community project, and I don't know if I'm getting into our debate that is going to happen, but I pose it to you as the architect and the design team. If it isn't a missed opportunity to create more of a village of the 4 modules that are broken down in scale and present less of less impetus for somebody to take it on in its whole. Because when I look at it, that's what I see. I don't know how you respond to that, but.
I can speak to that a little bit. Can everyone hear me okay without the microphone? Okay, so, I mean, this is different than a residential home. Obviously, there's a different program that we need to accommodate that has more space requirements than a home and the typical width of those structures. I will say that the site is limited in space, even with expanding the fence line further than it currently is now to open up some additional lawn space. It's still a pretty small site to be able to fit the entire program. We're confined on all sides. We're confined by the corner, the streets on 32nd and Champa. We're confined on the south side by the playground, and we're confined on the west side by the historical diagonal. So we don't really have a lot of ability to open up the space. So more buildings would require more space and a larger footprint area. Also, you can imagine that more buildings.
Well, no, I wasn't proposing more buildings. You have 4 buildings that are linked by 1 roof. What I'm proposing is just keeping the 4 buildings distinct.
So what you can imagine is that also creates, different systems. So we would have to have repeated systems that we would have to maintain in terms of, electrical and plumbing and water, and so it's more economical and in terms of like more cost savings to combine them into one, especially on a site that we have limited space to work with.
Yeah, there are ways to solve having one roof, but with different slopes defining the individual modules. So you could have a saddle system of roofing between gabled forms that you can link all of it together in a means to solve the problem you just discussed. I just think that my only point is you presented one thing, it was one big building. And was there an opportunity missed perhaps to break it down in scale, given the means that I've described or others? I haven't seen any of the iterations that would have showed me that it was all looked at and then you arrived at this, is all.
I will say that we do have the two separate areas where the entrance into the pool is. And even just thinking about how that is articulated, we have to think about places for people to hide, places for people to sleep, where those bait enclosures are. So there's a lot of consideration that goes into the social challenges that we face throughout Denver and also, particularly this neighborhood. And so making sure that there's limited space that is under roof, that is hidden. So spaces in between buildings are really challenging to maintain. And even spaces on tops of buildings sometimes can be challenging to maintain. And so that is something that we think about with every design project, and especially for this because of the challenges that we've had at the site.
Any other questions, Elizabeth?
I have a question. So it's a lot of beige walls. And I was wondering if more thought had been put into adding more art, more murals. The building that is going to be demolished is very alive with different art that is really representative of the neighborhood, and more art that's indicative of the history of the neighborhood might make this change more palatable to those who don't like it.
Yeah, I totally agree, and that's something that we can discuss and we would actually welcome your feedback on. The horizontal patterning is directly representative of that original 1971 mural. That's where that came from. I will say that in the entryway, I don't know if you can go back to, it's towards the end. Actually, I think that there was like a little snippet of it. There was some additional patterning opposite of the windows. I think if you go back one more slide, you might be able to see that patterning is also kind of inspired by the original 1971 mural. We did hear from the R&O group when we met with them that they did not like that patterning, so it's been removed unless we hear feedback otherwise. In terms of more mural space, I think that we are certainly open to that. Eyes on the Park is, that is a decommissioned piece. That is an arts and venues process, but we have heard from them about a potential to kind of recreate that maybe on the gate or in other places of the building, and it's something that we're certainly open to.
Well, also, just as a practical matter, so, what I do is care for buildings after all the architects go home. And graffiti artists, with the graffiti you don't want, it's consistent that they're far less likely to graffiti over what they would view as appropriate graffiti or murals and things like that. So you could save a lot of money in the end by making it much more colorful and covered with more art, as opposed to just a brick pattern. They will absolutely graffiti over a brick pattern. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do would love to get your feedback on the coloring of the proposed glazed black that's shown in the renderings. We're certainly open to that. But I will say that glazed black was specifically chosen because we have it at other locations and it's worked well for graffiti removal. We have it at Paco Sanchez Park. We're installing it in a new building at Ruby Hill. It was highly advised by our facilities team to choose glazed black over brick or even unpainted CMU because of the issues with ghosting that you see in those images.
and that came at a premium. So glazed black is more expensive than those products, but it was something that we thought was worth investing in to be sure that this building was kept in good condition for years to come.
Emily, can I speak to the murals? So Leslie Pickard, Director of Recreation, I 100% agree with you. So that mural that you see where it says "We Are One," that was something that Parks and Recreation was able to do outside of Denver Arts and Venues public art process. So the more murals and the more engagement we can have to really beautify this landscape once we actually build the building, that is 100% something that we're passionate and committed to, and we will do. Thank you.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, there was a slide that referenced the civic neighbors of Curtis Park. And yeah, I was curious to get a little bit more background on that. Are any of the existing civic buildings in Curtis Park within the historic, the period of historic significance of, I guess, maybe they're not all within the G district, but yeah, generally within the various Curtis Park districts?
Slow down, you're coming, right?
Yeah. No, it's not that one.
It isn't that
Did
one?
it show a map with numbers?
Yeah, there were, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the ground plan.
This one.
Yeah, that was the one, yeah, you just passed. Yeah. So yeah, these, I guess there are 3 others.
What are these buildings, and can you give us more information about them?
And or how, you know, whether
If-
they were an influence in any way on this kind of thing.
And on this slide, we were referring to actual civic buildings in Curtis Park. In terms of what we're looking at is 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So and all of these were not part of the historic significance Victorian period. So I believe you're referencing perhaps even the previous slide.
No, these are the ones that I was wondering. So you're saying that none of them are,
So this slide is a comparison of setbacks, and the purpose is really to show that in civic buildings within the neighborhood, there are varied setbacks. And that we are within that range of setbacks that is, currently in place. There is a slide, a couple slides down where we look at other civic buildings in terms of the roof form. And there are varied roof forms within Curtis Park neighborhood as well for civic buildings. I know that the Blair Caldwell Library was a building that was called out during public comment, one that the community particularly likes. And it does not have a flat roof or a roof that is consistent, in my opinion, with the previous.
Yes, and in fact, right here is what the slide Emily was talking about. And so taking a look at, and in fact, schools, Montessori's, Blair Caldwell, recreation centers, different varied roofs. We felt it was important that this building reflect the nature of what it is, which is recreation and life, similar to what other civic buildings had done. We felt this was in that period, and also the guidelines.
okay, so just to be clear, there were no existing civic buildings in Curtis Park that were within the period of historic significance for you to even reference if you want to. Is that correct?
If I understand correctly, the original flat roof building that we're replacing in the park. I understand your question.
Yeah. I think my question was more to do with, just making sure that there wasn't some historic precedent that existed that hadn't been acknowledged in this design process, and it sounds like not.
I think churches are the largest
Yeah.
group of civic buildings within Curtis Park that are also within the period of significance, which vary greatly because Curtis Park is a amalgamation of districts designated at different times. And some of them, just for clarity, have period of significances, but some of them have very specific list that identify the contributing buildings. So even within the designations for Curtis Park, that there is some variation there too.
Yeah. Thank you. That was a complex question, so thank you.
I am curious, so for Parks and Rec, do you guys, you had mentioned a couple other pool projects that you've worked on, it sounds like more recently. Are there any precedent projects you can provide of a similar situation where it is a building, a civic building that is considered non-contributing to the neighborhood, but clearly is amongst a neighborhood that has an architectural historic context?
I don't have an example of that specifically of building. We haven't done any recent buildings in a historical district, but I can refer you back to the Congress Park pool, which is very new, and that has a flat roof and probably is a building that would be seen as in context for this neighborhood. And I will say that even though that's new, that hasn't come without challenges. It's hard to manage water on flat roofs in general, but also in pool settings, the water sheds onto the pool deck and creates drainage issues. And then flat roofs in general are just more challenging to maintain. There are certain circumstances where we need to use them, like rec centers, gym roofs, situations, natatoriums where the roofs are generally flat and we are building them. Those are in unique situations and they're usually much taller. And so you don't have, the community would not have access to them to use for, whatever types of activities they would want to use for. So we consider the setting and the use, and we use flat roofs for certain circumstances, but if we can not use flat roofs, that is greatly different for all those different reasons.
I am curious, of the 4 sketches that were shown of the roof massing, it looks like that was presented at community meetings. And obviously you guys had shown the data from, my understanding was it was from surveys or for community meetings or potentially both, that there had been community feedback that they preferred a more modern style. So with that information, did HDR explore more traditional roof shapes and structures, or because of this community feedback of leaning towards a more modern style, did you guys immediately start with kind of more modern thought?
I can clarify that. So there was the one image that showed the hand-drawn sketches of the 4 masses. Those were kind of internal investigations in terms of what would work. We quickly looked at the flat roof option, and because of the challenges that we've had at the site with the flat roof and the challenges we've had at other flat roofs at pool sites, decided that that wasn't a good option. The 3 options that we were provided for the community were classic, contemporary, or modern. Modern was selected as the preferred option, and we went with that moving forward.
Before we started designing.
And did you use imagery to guide their decision-making relative to that vocabulary? Because contemporary and modern, I mean, it's almost like a bias survey.
Well, I guess following up on that, I mean, there were images related to those 3 styles that were in the packet. Is that the one image kind of per style that was presented? All right, as far as other questions, Rusty, just want to make sure you're not.
Yeah, no, I have a couple of questions. What is the proposed slope? What is the slope of the proposed roof? Looks like it's about 0.5 and 12.
Yeah, I think if you go to page 32.
I believe I think we're at a 4 to 5% slope.
Which is about 0.5 and 12, I believe.
Correct. That's probably a good assumption. And again, the goal in our case was looking for something that we felt compatible, simple in construction or constructability, at the same time had a pitch for Parks and Rec.
So presumably that would be a single ply of some sort? Correct. Roofing material?
Yep.
Second question is about the lack of transparency on that front facade. I just noticed in one of the images that where the person is standing in the center of the building, in this one, there are two large windows. And boy, I think this elevation really suffers from a total lack of transparency. Just a comment, I suppose. And then last question I have is that, did you give any consideration to preserving the south wall of the existing building and therefore preserving those murals?
Yeah, I think that would be challenging for one, and two, it would create sightline issues into the park. We have to think about that a lot in terms of safety considerations and sightlines, and so we certainly try not to create barriers within the park, especially this park. If I can speak to the windows for a minute, windows are really challenging in a pool environment. If a window were to get broken, you would essentially have to close the pool. It's an issue. You can imagine kids coming in with their flip-flops and bare feet, and there's also the chance that glass would migrate into the pool. So we would need to, probably drain the entire pool and clean it out to make sure it was safe to use. The windows that we do have are strictly for operation purposes, and in the back of the pool facing the pool house, they're for the lifeguards to have the appropriate sight lines into the pool. So that's why you're seeing those windows larger than what is typical in this neighborhood. And I will say that every window has a roll down door to protect it. We just cannot keep the windows exposed when the pool is not in operation. So sure, we could put more windows on the facade, but we would need to conceal them behind roll down doors like we're doing the rest of the windows.
Yeah, I mean, and laminated glass would help with that breakage concern too, but thank you. That's all my questions.
All right.
I do have just two more. So this is kind of going back a little bit, but you both had mentioned that there is a part of the restrictions of this site, and that you are proposing to push back the fencing so that you are gaining some square footage or yardage. So I'm curious, hearing that a lot of the public comment that you guys received was wanting more shaded areas, more grass. Can you speak to any setback requirements there are for that? Any kind of best practices of how much of that area to provide? And then thirdly, how that obviously impacts the size of the pool. That was a lot of community feedback we heard today, was doing a full length pool versus the shortened one. So just curious to hear more information of some of those, how those elements kind of were the deciding factors that came to this presented plan today.
Well, I can start with the pool. So we did have a survey question, did ask the same question in community meetings. The preference on the size and the type of water for this site. So the three options were a 50-meter lap pool with a leisure pool that's smaller, that's more consistent of the size of Congress Park. The second option was a 25-meter competitive lap pool with a separate leisure pool that was much larger, which you're seeing here, which is comparable to the lap pool size. And the third option was only a leisure pool that was very significant, had a lot of splash pad amenities. 26.9% of respondents wanted a 50-meter pool. 34.5% of respondents wanted no lap pool and just a large leisure pool. And 38.6% voted for that hybrid option. So that's where we got to the pool configuration. In terms of the lawn space, we pushed the fence really kind of as far as we could given the current constraints. We're able to capture a lot more lawn than we currently have. We were also, with pushing that fence, we were able to get closer to existing trees on the site, which provide more shade onto the site. We're also looking at hopefully providing a shade structure or two within the fenced area. Did that capture all? Okay.
Can I answer the pools before we get to the rest of your questions? And I have designed a lot of pools around the country, and I understand the goal is always, hey, can we get a 50-meter pool? Just wanted to point out, while we weren't here to talk about the pools, Youth leagues swim 25 meters, 25 yards. High school swims 25 meters, 25 yards. NCAA swims 25 meters, 25 yards. The only competitive body that swims 50 meters are the Olympics. And we were trying to provide best value of what we heard from the community and their choice of, hey, they wanted both. What we were able to do was provide a leisure pool that is 4,000 square feet, nearly 3 times the size at Congress Park. So I understand the goal of having a 50-meter. This project couldn't accommodate both. But the goal was, let's listen to the community, and if they wanted both competitive swimming in 25-meter lanes and leisure, then let's give them the largest leisure pool that we can, larger than Congress. If you could repeat for us, there were 2 other questions before that.
So-
The setback?
Yeah, so one was just so the pool, that is all helpful information and just kind of understanding the plan we see, better understanding the plan we see today. The other question is, a lot of the public comment that you guys received and feedback was wanting more space, shaded space and more green grass area. So I'm curious, in best practice, are there typically setbacks that you need to maintain? Like, just provide a little bit more information of how you guys came to the sizing of the green spaces that we see today and the concrete areas.
Sure. And what you're looking at, and Parks and Recreation knows this as well. One of the big successes that we heard from the community and at Congress Park was the ample amount of lawn space and green space. Going there to visit, you see families flock to get to shaded green space. And the best part about the Cecil Curtis Park are these giant, wonderful trees that are all along here on that south area. So the goal, including preserving this beautiful old tree, all of this will be lawn space. And so the idea was making sure that we have visibility and leisure seating areas all along that area. So that continues across the entire pool deck of nearly 300 feet. So we want to provide ample space, less concrete, less hot space. And it was a balance between what was the size of the pool, making sure we have the right dimensions on the pool deck, and then how much space do we need at this front entrance. There was concern from Parks and Recreation about dockers. Right now, there's just a chain link fence, and there was concern of people parking their cars and just watching kids in the pool. It was strategically their decision to move the pool forward and create a welcome area that start to engage the street face. So it was a balance back and forth, lawn space, pool deck, building width, and how much can we do to maximize that front green space and give that plaza back to the community.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I don't think that there are standards that we were working with necessarily. I think it was more about maximizing the available space. So on the right side of the screen, that fence line is remaining in the same location that it is now. On the south side, we were able to capture a little bit more moving south. That's where the existing pool house is, and there's quite a lot of concrete there that we were able to encroach into before getting into the playground. And then on the right side, we pulled the fence all the way over to the historic diagonal. So we couldn't go any further than that. We also wanted to make sure that there was an appropriate level of setback off of 32nd Street for the community as an entry experience or as a safe experience as families were arriving. And I think that the reconfiguration really helps, as James was saying, that now people on the corner and on the sidewalks aren't looking into the pool. There's that barrier, right? It's a little bit more of a screen and then opens up views into the park. So I think for this, we are maximizing the available space that we have.
Okay, thank you. In order to kind of keep moving us along, I'd like to suggest that we close the questions now, but want to make sure that staff, if there's any clarifications or summary that we need to hear from you. All right, thank you very much. You're welcome to go back to your seats and we'll in deliberation. So what are your thoughts? How should we kick this off? I guess I would just like to remind us all that while there's, you know, program and what Parks and Rec wants to fit in, what we're tasked with looking at is how this phase one mass and context form fits within the design guidelines. So. Rusty, can I pick on you, or would you like to start?
Yeah, I think it fails in terms of reflecting the context that it's in. I think it couldn't be more foreign. It's just a really alien building to me.
Right. Any other commissioners, do you have follow-up thoughts on that? Kind of
Yeah, I would, my biggest issue with this fitting in with the guidelines and in the fabric, the neighborhood fabric, is that street front elevation and mass, and the fact that it feels like a wall. I don't think that there's an interpretation, and I don't get paid by the word, so I'm gonna use very few. And it may be an unfriendly comment to put it in this way, but I don't think that you could get a 1970s era prison-like building approved within the guidelines as they're written, because that's how I see this building as it is now.
Did everybody, these are the pictures from the survey, just to bring it back up to what people were looking at.
Just so everyone's aware, those styles of kind of the general styles that the community was asked to vote
Right, the
on
modern,
of
the
their
classic,
preference.
and the contemporary. Right.
And so generally, I agree with what Rusty said.
It kind of feels like the, it has a little bit of a Brady Bunch house vibe with the long slanted roof, but then that house was built in 1959 and not in the 70s. Even though it feels very 70s, because that's when we all watched it. But.
Yeah, I guess I would like to say that this is a challenge because it's a civic building that's being replaced with another civic building. And there isn't it's hard to have immediate translation between that and the historic buildings that we have in this historic district of churches, townhomes, single-family homes. And that said, as far as, you know, having a building that includes the features and rhythms of those historic buildings, I don't see that this meets that in any way. And I can understand the challenges of, you know, having these modules and that maybe that helps. But for me, I think it would be extremely helpful to see some good faith efforts of different designs that might be able to incorporate some of this more directly in meeting the design guidelines. So it's hard for me, while I can appreciate the challenges that the applicant is trying to surmount, it's hard for me to just sign off on this without seeing at least some sort of other further considerations of how it could be redesigned in a different way that meets the design guidelines. And maybe not, maybe they wouldn't, maybe it would be inauthentic or, you know, trying too hard to meet those Victorian era. And that would be okay to demonstrate, but without kind of seeing that, it's really hard for me to say that this can meet the design guidelines as.
Right. Also, if it was trying to be too precious in old style, then it really doesn't align with the preservation briefs, where we should be able to look at projects and see what time different things were added. So it should be either you know, I get the intention of wanting to do 70s, but this isn't 70s and it isn't now either.
There's a balance, obviously,
Yeah.
that you can't have one or the other. And needing to kind of walk that fine line of something that fits within the historic context, but isn't mistaken for being historic. And there's different ways of interpreting that.
Well, and I think too, I agree with you, Erica, and there are definitely examples within the neighborhood and in Curtis Park itself. While they may not be civic buildings, there are certainly commercial buildings that, again, different use, but when we look at massing and form and materiality, I think there is overlap that can be potentially looked at in this case as well, given the use of the building. And I also think it is worth noting too, that in the assessment we received from Landmark in section 4, there are items like the roof and the rhythms of historic buildings and the openings that I think it seems they could use a bit more reflection and refinement, especially this being a civic building. As Larry confirmed, this is a bit atypical for it being a civic building in this historic neighborhood, but also other elements such as it doesn't have a lot of openings and windows. It does seem that the guidelines it seems that that is a reason to perhaps lean into some of the architectural rhythms and other elements. How can you bring in some of those other influences to kind of compensate for the use of this building and how it dictates the form?
So just to be clear, you know, understanding that windows, say, are not directly compatible with a pool house, that there might be other ways to incorporate rhythms and street facing elements.
Yeah, it's like the coining image that was provided, great example of some of those architectural features and elements. And not to say that that should be replicated here for sake of replicating and referencing, but maybe it is looking at patterning, brickwork, how the materials are applied is how we kind of are able to make this building feel a bit more associated with its surroundings.
So I guess I would just push back in the sense that are you saying that that could be applied to the form that we see before us in this application? Because if so, then that's like design details, right? Versus this phase 1,
And
so.
In more, my comment is to the discussion about the roof form, the massing of the building feels a bit large. It's feeling, currently the form presented to us feels a bit out of place. Looking at the guidelines, that lends me to think maybe there are some other ways to work within, I guess, within these elements. And I was focusing on the lack of windows. Is there another architectural element or something that would help break up these masses? If we don't have windows to help break that up, are there other openings or other application of materials that could help do that?
Or more art.
Yeah.
Well, and Nick, I thought you were kind of getting to this of, again, we're not designing for them, right? But that maybe the problem is having this one long big roof. And if it's technically still one roof, but there's different ways of articulating in the roof, the different sections, maybe that's a solution.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the roof is the wet blanket over the 4 modules to me. But in certain situations, it's a great unifying element, but just not the way it's applied here, given the context and the guidelines.
Larry?
Yeah, I mean, I generally agree with most of these comments, and I think the roof is really the big sticking point, because in a way it kind of, you know, the argument I think to some extent is that this is a relatively neutral intervention, and I think in terms of its height and in terms of its, you know, this is a detailed discussion, but in terms of what we're seeing as a color scheme, I think it is, you know, fairly neutral. But then I think that the sort of form of that roof and the way that it encapsulates this entire very large building does, in a way that I agree with some of the comments, kind of goes against the context of Curtis Park overall, and specifically the G district. And I think that, yeah, I agree that it's a little bit concerning that the RNO, I feel hesitant about approving something that the RNO is so opposed to without seeing, as you said, some additional studies and efforts to try and work with that. I think the window thing is also an interesting discussion because, yeah, I'm curious what other commissioners think with kind of just blind openings, which have been suggested here, bricked-in blind openings. Would those be, would they feel compatible or would they feel almost
False.
well, not even the falseness of it, but also like, does that even feel a little bit more off-putting, like as though this were a kind of abandoned building that has had a bunch of windows bricked in or something?
Yes.
So I think that could be a bit of a concern that, and I think to Rusty's point about transparency, I know this isn't a zoning discussion, that might be an issue, and it would behoove the applicants to really study the zoning requirements on that. Yeah, I mean, are there other solutions other than glass? I think we've seen in some cases for like parking structures where there's maybe, perforated metal or, something of that nature that a little bit more suggests transparency.
Elevator support building adjacent to a landmark structure that.
Yeah,
might have
sorry.
seen reason.
Yeah.
In terms of a screen.
Yeah.
In front of the facade. So.
Well, I think this has been a really good discussion, hopefully is helpful to applicants. But it seems like we kind of are landing on denial at this point. I have a sense of the most relevant design guidelines, but perhaps staff has had a chance to formulate something.
I have not.
Okay.
I think it'd be good if you talk about what you feel is the most relevant guidelines, since it sounds like you're going to go a different direction than the
Right.
suggested motion.
So I would suggest that at least design guidelines 4.3, 4.6, 4.8, and 4.24 are relevant. Happy to read those off. 4.24 being maintaining an overall mass and scale pattern as viewed from the street. 4.8 as far as design windows, doors, and other features to be compatible with historic contributing primary structures and the historic context. 4.6 is roof form compatible with the historic context. And 4.3, designing a building to include typical features and rhythms of historic buildings in the surrounding context.
I agree with all those.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we might be able to get away with not needing staff to, or would you like us to wait for that?
I want to read it.
Okay.
Or if you want to do it.
Okay, I'm just gonna go for it, guys.
All right.
Okay. I move to deny application number 2025-COA-485 for the new construction Phase 1 mass form and context pool house and 2 new pools at 978 32nd Street. As per intent statements, sorry, just wanna quickly make sure. Intent statements 4.A, 4.4B, 4C, design guidelines 4.3, 4.6, 4.8, and 4.24. Character defining features for the Curtis Park G Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Second.
Thank you, Nick. And for the record, it was Erica who made the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Rusty, I'm assuming you made your vote with
I did.
us. Okay. All right, so the motion passes unanimously. We hope to see you again. Perhaps a different design. All right, we are ready to move on to the next project.
Thank you very much. You got it.
Application number 2025-COA-558 at 2141 South Adams Street, also known as the Ormley House, and this is for new construction in phase 2 design details.
Okay, Brittany Bryant, again, Landmark staff. This is for phase 2 design details for a new infill project that is on the north half of a individual landmark, which is the Ormley House. Ormley House property was also incorporated into the University Park Historic District, which is our most recently designated historic district. I believe, I don't think I'm lying about that.
You're correct.
That is correct, which is a thematic district designated for its association with the University of Denver. So here you can see Ormley House and the location of the proposed infill development. Pretty significantly separated from the individual landmark structure within the ranges of setback, which was all reviewed and approved as part of the phase 1. And this property does have a attached and detached garage. So in terms of the proposed site work under review today, there is going to be a new concrete pathway with brick edging that leads from the sidewalk to the front of the home, straight pathway, pretty typical of the neighborhood in terms of location, placement, and orientation, also with materials. In the front yard, the project proposal will have a metal fence that is between brick piers that have a precast cap. This is pretty typical fencing for the neighborhood and the historic context. Ormley House, recently the commission did approve a metal fence in its front yard, so it is very similar to that design. And then in the rear yard, the fencing will be privacy fencing, which is horizontal wood fencing. AC units are located on the north side of the property, kind of between the attached garage and primary structure, as there is a jog in the wall there. And then there is some concrete paving in the rear for a patio and concrete driveways to access the attached and detached garage. These are all in compliance with the design guidelines in terms of fence placements and heights and designs for front yard versus rear yard. And all of the paving materials are also in compliance with the site elements design guidelines. In terms of the proposed project, generally staff are very supportive of the design. We do have a few conditions on this project, and one of those conditions relates to the windows in the basement level. They are all proposed to be slider windows. While these windows are not incredibly visible from the public right-of-way, as they are on interior lot elevations, we do not allow slider windows within our historic district. So we are recommending that the basement window operation be modified to a more standard operation that we allow within our historic districts. Likely for egress windows in the basement, it would be a casement push out, but again, up to the applicant, provided that it is a more standard historic operation. In terms of the actual elevations of the structure, the primary elevation will be clad in this red brick that you see here on the screen, and that will wrap the corners on the north elevation and the south elevation. The dormer on the north elevation does have a change in material cladding to a nickel gap siding. Staff are requesting that the profile of the siding be confirmed, as we do require cladding materials to have a 4 to 6 inch exposure. So we are requesting that. The guidelines also do talk about using vertical siding on elevations that have minimal visibility from the public right of way. And all of the vertical siding is on secondary facades, and we do not feel that it will impact the historic context. In terms of the front porch, the commission may remember from the phase 1 discussion that staff did recommend that the roof not overlap with the nested gable form. The applicant did respond to that comment from staff by changing the roof form from a shed roof to more of a hipped roof, which you do see on the screen today. And the general commission consensus was that it could still overlap the nested gable form with the column and the roof form, as the commission felt that it would, moving it, that column would interfere with the symmetry of the front entry, but the commission did generally like the change in the roof form, so that is what the applicant is presenting today. And those columns on the porch are wood with a brick base that matches the home with a precast detail. Here you can see the south elevation. So again, the no nickel gap on this until the attached garage. So the facade fronting onto Ormley is primarily the brick, which is similar to Ormley, which has mostly brick with a wood-clad sunroom on the north side of the property. I don't have an image of Ormley here in my submittal, but you can generally see how this relates. Generally speaking, again, staff are supportive of this. There will be transom windows that do have simulated divided lights with that transom bar. And here you can see those light fixtures that are proposed, which are more of a historic replica fixture, but they're also appropriate to the style of the home. And then a more contemporary fixture proposed for the garage structures. The roof here will be clad in asphalt shingle, which is a fairly common roofing material and a material we support. Here you can see some of those design details that are proposed for this structure. So that stepped brick on that projecting gable that has somewhat of the swoop to it to kind of replicate that Tudor architecture. Again, more of those detailings of the porch to relate to Ormley with the dentils, but also the Tudor style with the arch detail there. Windows are inset into the wall plane. However, staff do want it confirmed that the inset is 2 inches, as that's what we typically require. It is definitely more than 2 inches for the portion of the structure that is brick, but we're just particularly concerned with the clad portion, as often this results in a violation at the end of the project where the contractors don't inset the windows into the clad portion. So to head that off, we would just like that clearly noted in plan so the contractors can all see that inset that is required for that window. So again, generally we are supportive of the design details for this project. We do find it is a simple material palette, high quality material palette, and in compliance with the design guidelines, but just some very simple conditions that the cladding have a profile 4 to 6 inches, which the applicant has already confirmed to me will be 6 inches. All windows to be inset into the wall plane at least 2 inches, and then the basement window operation be changed to a double hung or casement window operation, as sliders are not allowed. And then finally, we are recommending an administrative adjustment for this project. So it does violate the height and bulk plane, which you can see here on this image. We did previously talk about that in the phase 1. It is still subordinate in height to Ormley House, which also violates the height and bulk plane. But this height was done to achieve more compatibility with the Ormley floor to floor height and floor plate relationships. So we are also recommending that height and bulk plane violation, which we did talk about in the phase 1. We just didn't do the formal recommendation as I didn't have it at the time. And it is a long, wordy recommendation, as you can see on the screen.
All right, thank you, Brittany. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? No. Rusty, I'm going to assume you'll yell out if you need to interject anything. Okay, so we are ready to hear from the applicant, who must be joining us virtually. And just a friendly, well, first of all, thank you for hanging in there with us as we go through an unusually long meeting. So when you are ready to begin, you can unmute yourself, and if you would please give us your name, and then you have up to 10 minutes.
Bill, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Hi, yes, I'm here. I thought my architect was going to be on presenting like in the phase one. I was just listening. And so absent Connor being available, I think Brittany did a great job summarizing the project. The staff has been fantastic to work with and provided good recommendations, which we've adjusted everything accordingly. And I also agree with all of the recommendations that she presented as part of this phase two. So I don't really have a whole lot else to say other than that.
Do you know a Noah Bentley? Is he part of your applicant team, Bill?
Yeah, Noah is. Yeah, Taryn just had a baby, so Noah is definitely.
Yes. I was expecting Connor too, but I see Noah does have their hand raised, so we'll move them over as a presenter and let them speak.
Connor just texted me and he said he tried to raise his hand. He is still on the call.
I don't see him listed. Yeah, we do have 2 Noahs though, so we'll promote both of those.
Okay, perfect.
And I paused the time.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I wasn't sure who was going to speak here either. Sorry for the mix-up, but mirroring Bill's comments, you know, we generally agree with all the recommendations, and I think based on the conditions of the approval, we have already confirmed that the vertical siding will be 6 inches, so hopefully that addresses number 1. I think we can handle the 2-inch inset on the windows inside the siding planes with some careful detailing, and we can coordinate what the operation of the windows is to be more in line with the historic recommendations here to address number 3.
Can you just state your name, Connor?
Sorry, this is Noah Bentley with Robinson Architecture and Design.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you very much. It seems pretty straightforward. Any further summary, clarifications from staff? Okay. All right. What did everyone think?
I'm ready to make the motion.
Sounds good to me, I think.
You can read the long one.
It's been a while since I read it, so I'm happy to do it. Madam Chair, I move to approve with conditions application 2025-COA-558 for the phase 2 design detail review for the infill development at 2141 South Adams Street, as per intent statements 4A, 4B, 4C, design guidelines 4.1 through 4.8, 4.15, 4.16, 4.18, 4.20, 5.2, 5.5, 5.6, and 5.18. Character defining features for the Ormley House and the University Park Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation and information provided in the staff report with the following conditions. 1, vertical wood siding shall have a profile between 4 inches and 6 inches, which shall be clearly noted on the plans. 2, all windows shall be inset at least 2 inches into the wall plane, and this detail shall be noted on the plans. And 3, basement windows shall be of a historically appropriate operation type, such as double hung or casement windows, and slider windows are not permitted. I also move that the Landmark Preservation Commission find that conforming with the zoning standard for height and bulk plane would have an adverse impact on the historic character of the Ormley House for the proposed infill construction project per section 12.4.5.2b of the Denver zoning code for application 2025-COA-558 at 2141 South Adams Street.
Thank you, Nick. Do we have a second?
Second,
Elizabeth beat you to it, Rusty. but,
no problem.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes unanimously. And we are ready to move on to our next project. This is application number 2025-COA-493 at 849 North Race Street in the Morgan's Subdivision Historic District. And we will hear from Andrew.
Good afternoon, I'm Andrew Abbey, Landmark Preservation staff. Today I'll be presenting the application for several proposed alterations at 849 North Race Street in the Morgan Subdivision Historic District. Next slide. The scope of work here includes 7 window replacements, 5 cited for egress and 2 for ventilation, as well as a basement egress window and a rear yard pergola with concrete pavers. There are some clarifications staff wanted to bring up regarding the proposal and subsequent staff report. This staff report does include one guideline discussion concerning skylights. These were already approved by the commission in 2024, so please disregard this portion of the scope. Upon staff's initial review, staff did express support for the proposed windows to be changed to comply with egress requirements. Upon further review, staff determined that the applicant did not provide clear reasoning as to why the existing second-story windows could not meet egress requirements. Additionally, the included window matrix indicates that these windows are in near excellent condition. I will explain this further throughout the presentation. Next slide. So this structure is a 2-story house built circa 1914 and is a part of the Morgan Subdivision Historic District. While the lot is technically interior, it is in a row of several homes that directly back onto Cheeseman Park. This creates a highly visible condition for both the front and rear elevations, increasing the importance of preserving character-defining features on both sides. Next slide. So guideline 2.1, preserve original building materials. This guideline directs us to retain original materials unless they are deteriorated beyond repair. The applicant has submitted a window conditions matrix that includes a number of above-grade windows proposed for replacement, specifically windows 203, 205, 209, and 210, which are second-floor casement windows on the north and south elevations. This also includes window 113, which is a unique window configuration on the rear facade of the first floor. According to the matrix, these windows are in near excellent condition, yet are proposed for replacement to meet egress requirements as indicated in the application. However, no documentation has been provided demonstrating how the current windows failed to meet code. Additionally, the matrix notes that many windows throughout the house are painted shut or have minor glazing issues, both of which are considered routine maintenance or easily corrected and do not justify removal under this guideline. Next slide. So this guideline addresses the preservation of historic window and door arrangements, especially on primary or publicly visible facades. While window 113 on the rear park-facing facade is the most visually impactful example, the other proposed replacements also alter original window units that remain in good condition. Window 113 in particular involves not just the replacement, but also a change in function from window to door on a visible facade. That change undermines the original proportion and rhythm of the openings along this facade. Next slide. This guideline emphasizes repair and preservation of historic features like sash, muntins, leaded glass, and trim. Window 113 is original to the house and called out as character defining due to its leaded glass and unique configuration. The other windows proposed for replacement are also historic wood units. The applicant's matrix does not show deterioration that would justify replacement for any of the above grade windows, and no details have been provided as to why repairs cannot be made. Also, the window proposed for ventilation does not have a clear explanation for why the current unit cannot simply be made operable via repair. Next slide. Replacement of historic windows is permitted only if the window is damaged beyond repair. Window 113 is not beyond repair. The matrix shows only minor deterioration in glazing and movement. These are typical of a window over 100 years old and do not justify removal. The proposed replacement, while attempting to mimic proportions with a tripartite door, is not a like-for-like match in material or design. Likewise, the other previously mentioned above-grade window replacements lack documentation showing irreparable conditions. Landmark staff feel that their removal would result in unnecessary loss of original fabric. Next slide. One window that does meet the guidelines is the new basement level egress window on the north facade. This side elevation is not visible from the street, and the installation does not require the removal of historic material. Staff finds this egress proposal to be appropriately located and consistent with guideline intent for safety upgrades that avoid visual or physical harm to historic structures. Next slide. The pergola and concrete pavers proposed for the rear yard are also found to be compatible. The pergola is to be a simple open design and is set at the rear of the lot. It sits on concrete pavers, which are commonly used in similar settings and don't permanently alter the structure. These additions are clearly secondary to the house and could be removed in the future without lasting damage, meeting both the letter and the spirit of the guidelines. Next slide. So in summary, staff recommends denial of this application based on non-compliance with the mentioned guidelines. While certain aspects of the proposal, the egress window and the pergola and paving, are consistent with design guidelines, the removal of original repairable windows is not. Window 113 in particular is a rare and character-defining feature that remains intact and repairable. Its proposed removal for interior layout preferences does not justify the permanent loss of original material. Likewise, other above-grade window replacements lack sufficient evidence to support removal. Thank you, and that is our recommended motion.
Thank you, Andrew. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? All right, thank you. We are ready to hear from the applicants. If you would please begin with your name, and again, you have up to 10 minutes.
And I'm pulling up your presentation, so
If you would just hang on, we'll let you know when we're ready for you. Okay, are we?
All right, I think I'm here. Thank you all very much for enduring the meeting today. And I guess the theme is parks today, given all the presentations. I'm Bobby Harvey. I'm a homeowner with my wife, Stephanie. We bought this house about a year and a half ago. We were originally drawn to it for its historic character. I grew up in a 200-year-old log cabin, my wife in a farmhouse that was 8 years old in Vermont. This house had only had 2 owners prior, so we were really fortunate to find a house that had a lot of the integral portions on the exterior and the interior. And we have been in front of Landmarks. This is actually our 3rd time in front of you all. I don't know if anyone has walked by the house, but we added a below-grade subterranean garage on the primary facade. We had a great experience working with staff through that process. We also have been through the process for getting historic tax credits as well for the project. If you want to go to the next slide, the windows were a later request based on what we found for the upper windows during our demolition and starting the construction process. I honestly thought we were going to be here today talking about window 113. As you can see in the email copy here, staff that we received on July 15th, they were in support of replacing all of the above grade and below grade windows outside of the door, the window to door on the park. They gave us 3 options during that time period. As submitted, we could revise the scope, and that was just to remove window 113, and they would support the application, or they would support the replacement of all the upper of the 5 upper story windows, or we could withdraw the application. Now, if you go to the next slide, we were very surprised, as you can imagine, when they came back and said they do not support replacing any of the windows. And the first time that we heard about this was in the published staff report. They never asked for any qualifying information on size of windows and so forth. There was no back and where we had very productive back and forths with our prior applications to you all to come to a solution. So these are the windows in questions, as Andrew highlighted, but if you go to the next slide, we had gone from a position where we were here talking about just this door-to-door replacement, which we'll talk about in a little bit, to now where nothing is approved. I would ask the board to go back on staff's original recommendations for the above grade windows and have those approved as they communicate to us after their review period and so forth. Lastly, talking about window 113, which is what I thought, if you want to go to the next slide, we would be talking about today. So we were very selective in where we chose to make introductions or alterations to the exterior of the house. This was one, we know this house is unique. It has the primary facade, which is street facing, and we also are on the park. Now we want to be mindful of using the park, but there are two things that we felt changing the existing window to a door here would allow is one, there's a grade change going on. So you're losing elevation as you are in the park. So as you can see in the picture in the bottom left, where we have a 4-foot construction fence currently erected, you can't see the bottom of the window. We will put back in a privet hedge and a fence for our own privacy and to keep our kids and dogs in our backyard. So that'll be in place, and you will only be able to see the top of it. To replicate this look of the window, we chose to go with a Marvin door because they can replicate the leaded glass pattern that's in the existing window for the top styles across, as you can see in the center picture. We also did explore with staff prior a double outswing door, or a French door, which does not work because we'd have side lights on the other, and that actually breaks up the facade more. So we thought the bifold door would be the best option given remaining exactly in the existing opening as the window. We also wanted to put a door here because there's the circulation within the house. Now we love older buildings. This house was originally designed with a formal dining room right in this space, and then there were maids' quarters behind there and the kitchen. Now that's not the way anyone lives anymore. So we are updating the floor plan to live for the current day and age, and that involves combining the dining room with the kitchen area and making that one space. Now, being on the park and being able to access the park is a unique feature of the house, and we want to be able to do that from the kitchen area, which will be the most heavily used space, whether it's our kids doing homework in there, or us cooking and so forth. That's where we spend an amount of time. This was also not on the primary facade of the house. As stated earlier, we already had our garage approved by you all, which is on the primary facade, and took great care here. We also have this pergola that is over top, and we will plant vines on it. So it'll again impede the view of this window and this intersection over time. Plants grew faster than they did in Colorado, but that's the climate that we live in and love. And lastly, energy efficiency is a big thing for us, and for making the spaces, comfortable and to be in. It's a single paned existing window. We cannot upgrade those to double pane windows. We've talked to multiple window restoration companies, and because of the thickness of the sills, it needs to remain a single pane window. That's not properly sealed. So by that with the door, that is to current, building codes and so forth, the double pane glass, we will get much better energy efficiency out of this space, which will help us live in the space more. So I think we have gone with proposing the leaded glass top, which is what is visible from the park, from the passerbys, by planting a large hedgerow where the construction fence is now. The impact of this will be very minimal on, if seen at all, in anyone passing by the park. And again, if this was a normal house, this would just be your backyard, and replacing a door replacing a door or doing an addition on here would be very different. Now, we do understand this is a unique situation with the park, but we're trying to be respectful of the public and ourselves in proposing a door here. So thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? All right, I think that is clear. Thank you very much. Staff, any clarifications or summary?
Can I offer a little bit of explanation for how we got here?
Sure.
We certainly want to be partners to our applicants and stay in good communication. And it was with that in mind that we initially gave the applicant a read that we accepted that replacing windows for egress is something that sometimes has to be accommodated and that we could support that. As we got closer to packet issuance though, we internally recognized that maybe there was something more to it than that. There is an interior remodel permit that has been issued for this property. And as we looked at it, we saw that building did not require improvement to egress. We typically look at applications as pencils down when they're submitted. We don't have a back and forth. There isn't a chance for applicants to revise, and that's how we got here. And apologies to the applicant. We don't like surprising people, but here's where we are. We found information that conflicted with what was represented, and we've made this recommendation knowing that.
All right, thank you. Okay, commissioners, what are your thoughts?
I think from past meetings where we've had a project presented where there are some things that are compliant and some that might need more conditions or consideration. In the past, we haven't really been able to separate those. We've had to review what's presented before us as a whole package. So it does seem like this is one of those times where while one piece may have been previously communicated that was approved as is, the package has clearly evolved. So we need to see it as a whole complete package that's been presented to us, not looking at each individual piece.
Mm-hmm. And that the information that we have is doesn't appear to meet the guidelines as far as I can tell.
Yeah, that's kind of, what I think is that the replacement of those existing windows clearly doesn't meet the current guidelines. And while it's unfortunate that that an email was sent, that wasn't a certificate of appropriateness or other kind of official approval. It was just a sort of indication of, as Amy mentioned, what staff would, assuming that there was a need for egress, what staff would support. And even if staff did support that, we would have the ability here to look at this ourselves and say, oh, hold on a second, that actually doesn't make sense. And so, yeah, I agree with staff report on that front. One area that I actually am, that I feel like more flexible about is window 113. I think that this is an interesting situation that any other house that we would review, a rear facade where they would want to, create a greater connection into the rear yard, and they're reusing the width and the sort of head height of the existing opening and just cutting down the sill to the floor level would be kind of an easy approval generally. And I think that this is a case where the applicant has given us some context information that I think suggests to me that this is kind of more of an enclosed backyard space than this full facade kind of is visible from Cheatham Park. And I'm inclined to support replacing that with the door, given that without that, we're really squeezing these, the sort of odd set of houses on that southeast corner of Cheeseman, to say that, both the front and rear facades are sort of the street facade rules. That feels unduly constraining to me. And this seems like a good faith effort to keep within the bounds of reasonable compatibility.
I guess I would say that I think I certainly understand what you're saying, Larry. I think within this historic district and the way those houses look out on the park, I think it's just a unique situation that is not as easy to apply the same kind of considerations that we might give for other houses. And while that might create more of a burden in some opinions or viewpoints on the owners, I think it also is just, they're uniquely character defining as part of that district. And so I think in this case, it's important to maintain the historic window. I also, while it would be lovely to have doors that open out onto your back yard directly from a reconfigured kitchen, I'm not convinced that that is like what should be driving the loss of that historic material. So I'm more inclined to agree with staff on that myself.
Those comments also make me curious about the potential of being able to retrofit the existing windows, or again, that kind of goes into more exploration out of our purview, but I think worth mentioning that these being original and historic windows, is there the opportunity to find a way to still keep them intact, but modify one to be a door, something like that.
Nick or Elizabeth or Rusty?
I think, I agree with you, Erica, that the fabric should be preserved, given the guidelines. We look at all sides, even in buildings that aren't as public to their rear as this is. We've been very strict in the past. I don't see this as being an exception to that.
I wonder if there was already a privacy fence and a tall hedge, if it would be changing our conversation, because the point is that you can see it from the park, but if you can't see it from the park.
We don't review things with the fencing and
Okay.
definitely not with the plantings,
Okay.
because those can always be removed. So
Well, I'm just, the logic is it can be seen from the park, that's kind of.
No, I'm saying regardless of whether it can be seen from the park,
Well, in the
it's fabric that's
staff
important.
report though.
I'm just sharing from our staff logic.
Yeah.
We view things as fencing, and particularly plantings can always go away at any point. And that does not factor into when we're looking at rear elevations or side elevations. If we don't look at it like, oh, it's behind a fence.
Okay.
So if that answers that question.
I guess just really quickly to respond to Nick's point, I mean, I think that, my experience here is that although, yes, we do look at every facade and consider you have an existing opening, you have existing fabric, there's always been a significant amount more flexibility granted to non-street facing facades, and in areas of facades that are either not visible or less visible from the street. I think that, an example here is that, new skylights are being proposed on the Cheeseman facing side of the park, which would generally not be approved facing the street side of this same building. And so, I think I just thought that maybe some degree of openness, assuming, bunch of different factors here, could potentially be appropriate on this rear facade. Certainly less degree of openness maybe than something that faced an alley or a more standard condition, but that's all that I was suggesting.
Yeah, I know we don't deal in precedents, and each case is unique, but the one that still burns me is the poor guy that put in the non-conforming windows on the back of his house that nobody will ever see for $20,000, and then he had to spend another $30,000 to remedy that situation. And so if this body can do that, then why would we let this fabric go away? I just, that's the precedent that sticks in my craw. I argued for relief for him at that time. And that was really a situation where, he deserved the relief. Here, we have a historic window. We're supposed to save historic windows. Let's save a historic.
And I will add, just not to make things more complicated, but in talking about windows, because we are currently updating our design guidelines, we did consider this a character defining window, and our new guidelines encourage the preservation no matter where those character defining windows are. So this is, I'm not saying the staff recommendation was based off the new guidelines because we're applying the current guidelines, but if we're looking towards the future too, we did look at it with that lens because we are so close in that process of updating our guidelines. We also have a new definition of public visibility and vantage points in our new guidelines. And it's not just the street for us, it is parks and anywhere you are standing on public property that is considered a public vantage point. So just throwing that out there as we did look at it with the lens of where we are currently in our window update process as well to see if there was any flexibility we felt staff could grant this application, and we just did not for this particular window, but that is staff's recommendation still.
Are we updating the window guidelines to adapt to updated preservation brief information, or what's driving the update?
We're updating all the guidelines. Right now, we're looking specifically at windows and accessory dwelling units. I mean, as always, the guidelines are based on the Secretary of Interior standards, but it's also a desire to give more flexibility to our applicants in general. There are special circumstances such as this one where that flexibility just will not be granted, and it is going to be difficult decisions for the commission, for sure.
Yeah, I do agree that this would be defined as a character defining window, and it is, a very unique and special window, and this replacement, even in the context of, a legitimate replacement for irreparability reasons wouldn't be appropriate. So yeah, I think I've been convinced by the commentary.
I know, because it would be nice if, it could be a door and it'd be so practical, but that's just not the neighborhood.
I do think Andrew did speak to the applicant about preserving the transoms and potentially converting just the windows below into a door, so it's.
We didn't get that far. Jesse spoke to them at a previous scope of work about doing just that.
So there are other flexibility we're willing to consider, but that's not, again, the application we have today.
Okay, so leaving the transoms in, okay, so they could come back.
Yes.
And then that would be, okay.
We could consider it. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously no promises or anything, but
Right.
it might be
way to.
Compromise.
Right.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? Go. Okay, Reed.
I make a motion to deny application 2025 COA 493 for the proposed window alterations, egress wells, rear garage pergola, and paving at 849 North Race Street as per design guidelines 2.1, 2.14, 2.16, 2.18, 2.19, 5.2, character defining features for the Morgan Subdivision Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Nick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, then the motion has carried. And we are ready to move on to our next application, number LMDEMO-207 at 480 to 482 North Humboldt Street in Driving Park.
So this is an application to request demolition of an existing non-contributing duplex structure at 480 to 482 North Humboldt Street. The Driving Park Historic District was designated in 2003, and the designation application does contain a list of contributing and non-contributing structures to the district, and this structure was identified as non-contributing. The Driving Park Historic District states a period of significance of 1880 to 1942, and the duplex was constructed in 1953, which is outside the period of significance. Design guideline 2.58 states do not demolish contributing buildings to a historic district or historic buildings with an individual landmark. Next slide. So the structure was constructed outside the period of significance. The structure itself does not contribute to the significance for which the district was designated. Therefore, landmark staff is supportive of the demolition request and is recommending approval with condition that the approval of a replacement structure occurs prior to demolition.
Thank you, Crystal. Any questions for staff, commissioners? All right, I think we're ready to hear from the applicant about this demolition application. Again, thank you for your patience with us today, this long meeting. When you are ready to unmute yourself, if you would please begin with your name, and you have up to 10 minutes.
There we go. Thanks, Crystal. This is John Mattingly, Chalet 517 East Bayot, Denver 80209. I think as I understand it, we're talking about the demolition now and not the proposed design. And so obviously we have to have the house gone in order to design, and it being a non-conforming outside of the period of significance. And it's very unattractive. We're looking forward to seeing it, the demolishing of this to be approved, contingent upon the approval of our design. I'm not talking about the proposed design yet, am I?
That's right. Yep. It sounds like you've covered what you need to. Is there anything else you'd like to say about this demolition portion?
No.
Okay, great. Any questions for the applicants? No. All right, hang tight. We'll get to you in a little bit with the other project, but thank you for your time on this one. All right, no further summary. Okay, commissioners, your thoughts, perhaps a motion.
Ready to make a motion.
Okay. Go for it, Nick, I think.
Madam Chair, I move to approve application 2025-COA-539 for the, oops, wrong one.
You can look up there.
Oh, yeah. Madam Chair, starting again. I move to approve with condition application 2025 LMDEMO-207 for the total demolition of the non-contributing structure at 480 and 482 North Humboldt Street as per design guidelines 2.58, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following condition: approval of a replacement structure prior to demolition.
Thank you, Nick. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes unanimously. We're ready to then move on to the next, which is application number 2025-COA-539 at 480 Humboldt Street.
All right, one more time. So this application is for the phase 1 mass form and context review for 480 North Humboldt Street in the Driving Park Historic District. The applicant is requesting approval to construct a new 2-story single-family residence with an attached garage on an interior lot. Next slide. So here's the ground plan comparison on the right. As you can see, the overall footprint and width matches what is commonly found in the district. Next slide.
Jill.
Okay, here's the streetscape study at the top. As you can see, 2-story structures of this height are common in the surrounding context. At the bottom is just a portion of the compatibility demonstration that was provided by the applicant. The proposed structure is inspired by the Spanish Revival style that's found within the historic district, though a variety of styles can be found. And the overall width and height match what's found in the district and the roof line. Slide. So here's the proposed site plan for the new structure. We do find that it's compatible with lot coverage patterns found in Driving Park. We can provide a variety of examples of footprints that are both smaller and larger than the proposed new infill structure, so it does meet design guideline 4.1. Next slide. Here's the roof plan for the new structure in the garage. Design guideline 4.6 states to use a roof form that's compatible with the historic context. This uses a hipped and gabled roof form for the Spanish Revival style that matches roof styles found on this architectural style in the historic district. So here is the front and rear elevations of the proposed primary structure. The style of the proposed structure will be a modern interpretation of the Spanish Revival style. The new house appears to match foundation heights found in the district, as well as entry locations and sizes. Window locations and proportions match what's found in the district on Spanish Revival style homes. Next slide. So here are the side elevations, including for the garage. Window proportions are typical of Driving Park. Windows are mostly vertically proportioned with larger openings on the ground floor and smaller openings on the second floor. Next slide. And then here are the garage elevations for the front and rear. Landmark staff finds the mass and roof shape of the garage to fit with others found in the historic context. However, the garage form is a U-shape, which makes it somewhat atypical in its form. That isn't commonly seen in the historic district. However, the shape will not be perceivable from public vantage points and will be compatible with the primary structure that's totally behind the structure. So it matches in terms of design and scale. So staff believes it still meets design guideline 4.19. Next slide. And then here are just some isometric views of the proposal from different angles. Next slide. So the overall massing, form, and height of the proposed infill structure and the detached garage are compatible with the surrounding historic context, meeting the design guidelines. Therefore, staff is recommending.
Thank you, Crystal. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? Rusty, no questions? Okay. Great. All right, we're ready to move on to to hear from the applicant about this proposal. Again, when you're ready, since you've already introduced yourself, you're welcome to just start immediately on your presentation of up to 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Crystal, for that, for the breakdown. I think she covered it pretty well. Our intent here is, or our client's intent, they came to me looking for this sort of architectural style, which luckily for us, it seems compatible with the neighborhoods. We're able to draw something up that I think will fit nicely onto this block. Its proposed exterior, which I guess we're not talking about right now, it's form and massing, but the windows are set about 4 inches back inside the wall. And so we'll see that later on how that's working. We have 10.5-inch thick walls on this so that we get the proper relationship, so that it reads as a masonry building with concrete plaster on it. And from a massing and form perspective, what you're seeing from the streetscape in image 2, for example, I kept the volume of what is the study. It's cleanly articulated in its own form, and it's deliberately wider than the rear portion of the building. So that's not as perceptible, and it's really not seen in street view. So it keeps the street massing in sort of an L format, which is pretty typical with the area. Good. And lucky for me, I have a very good client, and they agreed with keeping that other volume shorter, even though we have more room to build on this lot. They really appreciate the overall context of it, as do I. So the garage was also luck that they prefer a detached garage. I didn't have to argue anything there, which was great. And there's a tree that we're trying to save. And so there's that there's like a she shed inside the garage. And so that's what that suspicious U shape is all about, is saving that tree on your way into the she shed. We tried also, and we were successful in keeping the general forms as they're presented low in scale. And so it keeps the roof forms relatively low beneath the bulk plane. So it doesn't feel like we're pushing on any sort of zoning envelope in modern zoning. And I think that helps it to fit within the historic context, because the height is really important, and keeping it lower, I think, is very, very helpful in the lot context and driving park. So, yeah, it's that's as much as I can say for it. You'll see when you guys look at it, there's a corner chimney in here, which is my first corner chimney ever integrated into this sort of Spanish colonial design. And it actually worked in the corner of this study, because you can't have a chimney in the side setback anymore. And kind of playing off of some of George Washington Smith's ideas, I snuck that sucker in there, and then articulated its offset with that raised portion where the firebox sits on the front. So you see that area where I clad that in tile, which is pretty typical of this architectural style. So that was a circumstance of a layout that related nicely to the exterior, and wasn't my first stab at it. I got some pretty productive criticism from Crystal, and ended up doing that, which I'm pretty happy with. So we did have an initial pre-app with Crystal that I thought was pretty helpful to hear staff's perspective. And so it was insightful. So we kept the detailing pretty simple, as you can see, but we'll talk about that at the next meeting should this one be successful. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, seems like it's pretty straightforward. So we are ready to move into deliberation unless there's no summary from staff. Okay, so commissioners, your thoughts? We've kind of quickly moved through some and haven't, directly referenced the design guidelines, I think, because it's clear to us that, it met or didn't meet as staff helped us understand it. But so maybe might be good to make sure we're talking about some design guidelines.
I'll start out and say, for driving park, which I walk through constantly, this is a very successful design given the guidelines, and it's one of my favorite styles that exists in that particular district. So I'm thankful to see it, and I think your clients are lucky they're gonna have a nice house.
What he said.
Yeah, to reference the design guideline, I mean, like 4.3, typical features and rhythms of historic buildings in the surrounding context. I also walk this neighborhood a lot, and I appreciate the attention to that, and that the clients were amenable.
Great. Rusty, any other thoughts?
No, I concur.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion then?
Whose turn is it?
Rusty's hasn't been.
Yeah, I'll do it. Okay.
Okay, Rusty.
Madam Chair, to approve application 2025 COA 539 for the new construction Phase 1 mass form and context at 480 North Humboldt Street as per design guidelines 4.1, 4.3, 4.6, 4.8, 4.19, character defining features for the Driving Park Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Rusty. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Bree. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries, and so we'll see you back for phase 2. All right, we have one more item on our agenda. This is a business item. I'll announce it. We'll hear from staff about it, after which we may question staff, and staff can provide any clarifications before we move into a deliberation for a motion and vote. All right, so our business item today is application number 2025-LMDEMO-139 at 800 South Franklin Street. Kara.
Hi, I'm Kara. I'm the Landmark Planning and Regulatory Supervisor. You guys don't see me a lot, so I know there's some new members, so I wanted to introduce myself. We are here for 800 South Franklin, and for those of you who don't know, we review at Landmark Preservation all demolitions citywide for primary structures, whether you're in or out of a historic district. We received this property in for demolition. We reviewed it and found that it had the potential to be a landmark property. We publicly posted notice, and 3 residents of Denver submitted a notice of intent to submit a designation application, which just creates a bit of a pause in the process. So Brittany, if you could do the next slide. This one has some unique things that we don't normally see on other ones. So there was a demo process back in 2021. Staff reviewed it, found it had the potential to be a Denver landmark. It was posted through the facilitated stakeholder process. There was a memorandum of understanding between the applicants and the owner. While we as staff participate in the facilitated stakeholder meetings, the city doesn't sign on to these MOUs. But there was an MOU between the applicants and the owners. The applicants would not submit a designation application, and the owners would withdraw the demolition application. The same property owner then sold this property to the new property owners in February of this year. So Aaron Grant and his company sold it to Robin and Tony as a property that was ready for demolition. They bought it assuming that they could scrape it. They then submitted a demolition application, and we again did research and found that the property had the potential to be a Denver landmark. And we are going through the facilitated stakeholder process again. This is the first time for us to have it come through round 2. So we posted the property for notice. We had 2 different groups file a notice of intent. We only received the first notice of intent, but we have worked to include people from both groups who submitted, both groups of residents, because we want to make sure that the residents feel like there's buy-in on these communications. So we've had a couple of facilitated stakeholder meetings, and basically we determined in these meetings that we need a little bit more time. But the property owners are carrying 2 mortgages at the same time, so they don't want it to be too much time. So they have requested that you guys grant an extension for 2 weeks, because the deadline is today. So if you don't grant the extension, we will issue tomorrow the demolition approval. So in order for something to be requested to go forward, it needs the mutual consent of the LPC, the owner, and the applicant. So we are requesting a deadline extension to August 19th, which also coincides with your next meeting, should any things come up. So Brittany, if you could move to the next slide. We're going to go through the next 2 really quickly. This is per section 30-6 that says we have to process these within a particularly fast timeline, and there's only 60 days to do this sort of discussion time. And then Brittany, if you could go to the next slide, 30-7 is the one that requires the mutual consent of the LPC, the owner, and the applicant. So we have in the next slide the letters. They were also included in the packet. from both the owners and the NOI applicants requesting that you extend it for 2 weeks. We're trying to get a site visit to walk through the property for myself and another architect to take a look at it to see, what is the condition of the building. Our recommendation as staff is that you grant us the extra 2 weeks to see if we can work through and find maybe preservation-minded buyer, or look through some of our zoning options to see if the property owners are interested in that, and we would request the additional 2 weeks. And so our recommended motion is that you would grant approval for the extension.
All right, thank you, Kara. Any questions for staff? We've seen this a little bit, not again, this kind of repeat, but we've seen this extension request before. All right, I think it's pretty straightforward. So would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Okay. I move to approve an extension of the 60-day time limit per DRMC section 30-6 1B3 and section 30-7 for the proposed issuance of a landmark demolition approval for 800 South Franklin Street to August 19th, 2025, per presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Bree. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so the time extension has been approved. And I think that concludes our agenda for today. Before I call us closed, I just want to thank the staff for their professionalism and their hard work on all these applications. They can be kind of contentious, lots of different competing opinions, but we really value your work on this, and we couldn't do this without you. So thank you very much. All right, so I call this meeting closed at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.